start recording now, I can always cut stuff from it. And then I've never recorded for so long, so if my computer starts to like totally freak out in a couple hours, we will know. So you guys can see the screen, and cool. Just getting that set up. Let me get my other screens set up. All right. Welcome back. This is session 3 for anyone that's tuning in to our recordings. We are continuing on. We just
wide
leveled
national
up.
audience.
Yeah, hopefully you have more than one is the goal. That someone that isn't us will watch this someday. You gotta start with a goal, right? And we all just leveled up to level 2 after successfully not being killed by the nearby warehouse explosion from last time. And I'm going to be working over here for some stuff. So if you guys are ready, I would love a recap. Who's doing the recap? Didn't we talk about that last time? Wasn't it Knockcan or it was someone else or something?
I can do it either way.
We can do the same thing, and Ken and I can read ours. I just didn't want to do the log.
I liked having the two that didn't totally agree.
Okay. Perfect. But now we're in total agreement.
Ken, is yours as Winter would have written it, or like a more meta retelling?
It's more meta retelling.
That's
what's
perfect.
going on.
I feel like Winter's would not be very good.
No.
Okay, the Scone of Truth, Fiend Spawn, Session 1. We were in Star Lake City in the southern slums, and Uncle Loki has opportunity to provide for, in quotations, to provide food for the caravan. It's a simple in and out B&E warehouse job that Phoenix was unaware that we were doing anything nefarious. We were going to meet at the pig pen. And so we meet at the pig pen and we move on from there. The heist begins. And the night watch broke a spoke on our wagon. And Phoenix and Sparks fix it with a belt. And then we get the flour and the cured hams and the magic chest from the warehouse. And Rosa and Winter deceive the night watch. A fire is burning next door in the warehouse next door. We hear dwarves yelling, "It's out of control, get out!" And then an explosion. And then Rosa and Vaclav are down, and the rest are critically wounded. Uncle Loki uses healing words on Rosa. Phoenix healing words Vaclav. A satyr pops out of the door and says, "Follow me, you'll never get out." And Phoenix follows. Rosa and Loki follow with the cart and the chest. And then everybody follows. And we follow the satyr down through a trap door and down a ramp. There we meet Tokos. He wants to make a deal to show us how to get powerful. He needs the artifact from the tower. He leaves us with the magic pipe flute. Tells us to call his name when we have it. We open the chest, and that was where the session ended.
Cool. I had Loki was approached about a seemingly easy job that will help the family at the Dirty Dragons Tavern. It was supposed to be tonight. Warehouse, south side, and wants things to go missing. Money was dropped on the table, or supposedly 4 bags of flour, as well as some cured ham. And then it's from a new importer, exporter, the Ferlos, I think. Vaclav wants to talk about a laundry business, told to get Rosa on board. lies about Phoenix coming along and meets and talks about meeting at the pig pen on 4th. Loki goes to get Phoenix. Rosa gets Winter on board, and Phoenix overhears and gets involved. Rosa is not happy about that. Uh, Meet at the pig pen on 4th and head to the warehouse. The watch come by, kick the cart. Winter vows to get them back and remembers their faces. Phoenix repairs the wheel with Vaclav's belt. Winter sneaks around, picks the door, and gets the others in. Vaclav uses detect magic and finds a divination item, makes some noise while breaking open a crate. Phoenix also makes noise, dragging the flower around. The watch hears and they come by. Rosa convinces them to go away. More light from next door. Party finds a chest. Winter knows the fire isn't natural. Dwarven voice calls out that they have lost control of the fire. The party leaves, and then the building next door explodes. Vaclav and Rosa collapse. The others are severely injured. Phoenix and Loki heal Vaclav and King, respectively.
Same person.
Satyr comes out, gets the party to follow them. His name is Tokos. He knows about the blacksmith, and that's Vaclav's like alter person that he sees. Yeah. Winter sees through the disguise and asks about dragons. Tokos has dragon friends. Wants an artifact from the ruins and says the party will know it when they see it. Winter sees through. Oh, I got that twice. Gets a feeling of warmth and power from the man. Strike a deal to gain power in exchange for the artifact. Tokos has to leave. Gives Loki a little pan flute to use to get out. And then we open the chest, which we were about to find out was in that.
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, it wasn't that much last time because we also spent some time like just talking about the world and stuff like that. Oh, and actually that reminds me. I have like a rough draft of our little world that I want to share, at least as I'm continuing to finalize it. And I've been playing around with Incarnate to make my map, which is much better than trying to draw my map because everyone knows what happens when I draw maps.
Buttholes.
Thanks, Travis, for that. Now we'll
You're
be
welcome.
age restricted. No, just kidding. Oops. All right, so I think pop this over here. So on my little shared screen, I think you can see it once I can close that. So here's kind of like the map of our little world that we've got going on here, and I haven't totally fleshed it out exactly, but over here is Star Lake, where we'll be starting. How do I zoom in? I was just doing that yesterday. Oh my gosh. Up here, we're our little city, and there's also these little spires of kind of like dotted the landscape around where we're going. We are on the the grouping of these two rivers that come together and join into Star Lake, and then move down south over here. This is the main capital that doesn't yet have a name, where the Emperor is known to reside, which is pretty far away. I was playing with the colorations of the map. This dark green is like jungle. The very kind of snot green at the bottom is like swampish. I'm thinking like Florida Everglades is what I think of down here. And then there's like a little bit of space in the middle with some flat grasslands where more of the like agrarian spaces are. But in the more jungle areas up in the little, they're not finger canyons, they're like giant canyons between the ancient mountains. There's a lot more jungle and things throughout. There are a lot of like ruins hidden in the jungle, as you guys would know, but there's also some roads that mostly follow the rivers because it's easy to like stay along them as they're navigable. I put lots of hills in here to kind of remind me that it's not like flat. It's not like Rockies meet the plains. It's much more like hills of like Western China, where it's just like hills everywhere and like little rivers and paths kind of going throughout. So it's not just like a flat take all your wagons across like you're going to the out west. It's much more like smaller like wagons with stops and little bridges and a little more of that like Asian style of like mountain cities going throughout, more than like what I normally run, which is like a Midwestern style, because I feel like everybody kind of runs, or at least I usually run where I grew up. So I'm trying to get away from that and make it a little more interesting. So yeah, out here there's a little desert space with like the little dwarven capital out there, and I think there's like a large elven city off to the side, not like exclusively, but mainly. And as I decide more of the other spaces, I'll kind of fill you in on those spaces. But you would certainly know where you currently are in Star Lake. This is like the little town that represents you. There's a couple towns north at the conflation of the rivers there, as well as a smaller city that I do have the name of. I think it's called Gillimore, which I can put in. But no one really lives there. It was abandoned about probably like a generation or two ago, and it's mostly ruins now, but it is known to be like a pretty nice space, aside from some kind of horrible disaster that happened and everyone left. So, yeah, I hope that's like a little helpful. A little bit of the history is that there was more... as I was saying, the current emperor, who is, I have his name, Pahis Durin, who's been the emperor for like about 900 years or so, and he is an elf. And before that, there was a lot more instability in the cities and the countries, as well as just in the world in general. So there would be more like extinct volcanoes or recent lava flows or spaces with like cataclysms or hurricanes wiping out spaces. But in the last while, certainly beyond most memories, what do they call that? Verbal memories or living memories. Aside from elves, they would just be like rumors that things used to be a lot worse from the current emperor. Cool. That's most of what I wanted to say there. And as again I was saying, the Silver Lake is mostly on the river. There'd be some farms growing through there, like rainforest cleared farms, like Amazon style, where they're kind of grown, where the land isn't super fertile, but they're doing the best that they can. But there'd be some mining up in the along these hills and mountains, and those shipments would be coming down the river. Now it's not like a Mississippi shipment. It's more like following the river and then like portaging through some of the falls, and like a much more slower travel than like just a huge boat until you get to Silver Lake, and then it gets much easier after Silver Lake. So it's kind of like the transition. Thank you, Star Lake. So it's like the transition from the more mountainous rivers to, after that, it's a more navigable river with like a little boat instead of like a not like a river boat, but like a little canoe kind of a thing where you can actually take shipments down, mostly with probably just a couple portages.
And the towers that are throughout the map, are they all similar to the one that's in Star Lake?
They're almost exactly the same. Now, you wouldn't necessarily know them unless you've like traveled to them, but you would have like heard that there are these creepy towers all over, the spires. But no one goes in them. They're usually connected with like a bastion and the space, and you'd know that they're haunted, that there's probably some kind of sorcery involved, and you'd know that sorcery is banned and illegal. And you'd also know that when lots of sorcery is used, then bad things often befall those cities. It's told that Gillimore was destroyed because of like a sorcerer that was did something there, and that's why the city is kind of in ruins. And I think there actually should be a spire in Gillimore too. I just didn't have that yet. Let me see if I can put one in there. This incarnate thing is really cool once you start like getting used to it. It was fun.
So for those of us that were in the Halfling Butcher campaign, the spires remind me a bit of the souls.
I
So
can see that.
maybe our call to arms should be the spires are haunted. The soul is bright. Well, wait, how bright is it? Is it partly cloudy? No, the soul is bright.
That was the sign to make the party attack, but there was a couple times when we weren't sure if we should attack, and then someone said the code phrase, and then other people were like, wait, let's not. And it was made the very clear code phrase much more confusing, which I thought was hilarious. Cool. So we are currently in a little cellar that you don't recall being there before, in the base of the warehouse that you were told to rob, next to the warehouse that had just exploded. I believe, Vaclav, you were looking in the chest, or was it, excuse me, was it somebody else?
I think a couple of us had just levered it open, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You levered it open, and then you saw the chest inside, and then you had opened the chest, or I don't remember where exactly we stopped.
I don't believe we had opened it.
Got it. I think there was just the chest inside, and it was like covered in like sawdust and stuff to prevent like damage from shipping. So yeah, then it's if you kind of push some of the sawdust aside, you'll see that it is a very well kept, like oiled chest, very like traditional treasure chest looking, like a noble might pack up all of their clothes to take with them or to store something valuable. Vaclav, you have some business knowledge. I'm going to say you would also know that sometimes chests like this can be lined with lead on the inside, and you know that may be affecting your detect magic, which you had before.
I guess I'd say, well, let's open it up, and I grab the top of it and try to flip it open.
Yeah, it does look like it has a large space for like a lock and a key that would probably match for that. As you kind of lift it, it doesn't move.
It has a key, or there's a space for a key.
Sorry, there's a space for a key.
Okay. I go, oh, it's locked. Let's see.
I might be able to pick that. I'll take out my tools and attempt to do that.
Okay.
As Winter starts to do that, I say, Winter, be careful. Check to see if there's any traps. Remember that last time?
That is 3, 15, 18.
Tabby, your voice was very quiet. I'm not sure Ken heard you.
Oh, I did not. Sorry.
I said, Winter, be careful. That thing might be trapped. At least check for traps or something.
Ah, it's fine. The Phoenix, or the, what's his name? Tothos was here. He would have told me. And I attempt to open it.
Sure. So you're kind of like putting your thieves' tools inside?
Yeah.
That Winter, hang on. Let me check that for traps, and I'll help you get this thing open.
Loki, what do you mean by that?
I'm going to inspect it, see if there's anything that looks like it might be trapped, or that we might set anything off. And I'm also skilled with thieves' tools, so the two of us should be able to work together to pick this thing.
Sure. Can you put an investigation in the chat? And Winter, what was your thieves' tools check? Did you roll yet or no?
18.
18?
Yeah, 18.
Perfect. Yeah. You go to do it. It looks like you've got it picked. And as you kind of click that last cylinder, you hear a little click from the lock, as well as one next to the lock, as what looks like Loki is about to point out. I think that might be a poison dart launcher as it fires into your thigh.
Uh-oh.
Can you make a Constitution saving throw?
Sure. Oh, that's pretty good. That's my bonus. Dirty 20.
Nice. All right. You take 6 poison damage, and you are not poisoned.
I was like, barely hurt. And I will open the the chest.
Sure. You open up the top of the chest, and inside of Vaclav, is your detect magic still going, or did that expire?
No. I think I would have lost concentration when I got blown up.
Right. That was a while ago. I thought it was more recently. That's right. Yeah. Inside there is what looks like some clothes packed and sorted over some other things inside, and it looks like along the edges you can see that there might be some coins underneath all of the stuff. The edges of the chest would be like lined with velvet with a couple little like removable drawers and sections inside.
Is the clothing men's clothing or women's clothing? Or?
Men's clothing.
Okay.
It's very
I'll
fine.
start grabbing and looking through some of the coins, especially the silver ones.
Yeah, there would be quite a bit of coins underneath. You'd have to kind of lift out a couple of the clothing spaces to get to the coins, which are mostly situated in the bottom of the chest.
Are the coins?
Yeah, I'll move whatever I need to
currency?
get the coins.
Sorry, Tabby, you're still very quiet. Last time it was very evenly loud. I don't know why it's different this time.
Oh, I don't think our mic is working. I think it's trying to use my regular.
Oh yeah,
Mic?
you can set it in your Zoom.
Yeah, I've already done that, but this computer is weird about auxiliary things. So let me try and work on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah.
So weird.
Is the currency common currency?
Yes, it looks like you could make. Would you have a lot of knowledge about currencies?
Yeah.
Because can you tell me why?
I have the noble background.
Oh.
Excuse me, the folk hero background. So when I've traveled, presumably helping to find and rescue tieflings, I've often helped out with things that have rewards and such, and I've had to turn a lot of it down, and I give a lot of it away. I just always have to make sure that it's the right currency being used in the part of the world that I'm in.
Yeah, definitely. If you take a look, you'll notice that it looks like it's pretty freshly minted, likely from the Emperor's capital city.
I note as much to the group.
Did you do something that's different? You're much louder now.
Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I literally, I just turned all the settings to maximum that I could, and I turned the microphone around. The microphone, it's supposed to be it has different settings for two-way or cone or whatever, so who knows? What does gain do?
That's the loudness of the microphone, or kind of the sensitivity. It's like volume, but not quite the same.
It started working when he turned the scone level all the way up.
Yeah, gotta have the.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, well, I guess we're set.
Cool. You are a little louder now, Tabby. If you say something.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're both really loud. You might want to turn the gain down a little bit. But whatever you did, it seems to be balancing the two of you much better.
How's this?
Is it much better?
I think so. Can someone else talk?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a little strong, but it's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn. Okay, how about now? How's this?
I think that's it's a slightly less loud, and it seems like it's more even with everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, you're loud if you do that. Definitely. All right, cool. Yeah, looking through the rest, there are all sorts of silver coins in there, Winter. I don't know if you were starting to count them. And the clothing that Vaclav you're looking at looks nice as well. As Winter, you're kind of looking in the clothing, though, there seems like there's a little an interesting piece of jewelry down there in the bottom as well.
Oh, I'll pick it up.
It looks like a brooch.
Ugh. All right. I turn around and hand it to Rosa.
I grab the brooch and take a closer look, inspecting it.
Sure. It looks like it's kind of a simple brooch, kind of like a gold, like oval with a ruby kind of inset in the center.
Are there any type of markings or maybe like a what do they call it, like a mint or whatever?
Maker's mark or something like
Yeah.
that.
Maker's mark, yeah.
Make an investigation.
Ooh, nice. That would be a 21.
21. Looking on the back, you do see like a Roman numeral 3 on the back, and you'd see like a small little maker's mark below it, which you wouldn't necessarily recognize, but it looks like it's coming from like a very fancy jewelry house that is known to enchant items as well.
I
Does anybody give me a name for a jeweler? I can pull up my generator, but I can...
Tiffany's.
No, it has to be something in our world.
The Goblin's Eye.
That's the name of like the jewelry house?
Yeah.
The Goblin's Eye. Cool. Yeah, it looks like it has a little odd eye in it, and you recognize it from the Goblin's Eye jewelers, which they make very high-end jewelry.
and you said all of the clothing is kind of male,
Yes.
masculine. Is the pendant masculine? Is it does it look like something that was meant for the person who's wearing these clothes, or is it pretty unisex?
Pretty unisex, I would say.
Okay, cool. I
Like,
state as much.
Like it's elegantly unisex, I would say.
Right. I would say, well, I think this might be enchanted, and I look over at Loki. Is it Loki, or were you the one that didn't
No,
detect magic?
I would say
That was me.
Vaclav, can you check this thing out magically?
Tomorrow.
I
Are
and
you
then
not
I'm
a ritual caster? I don't recall your.
So I got that spell through.
Don't you have the ritual casting feat?
I don't have a ritual casting feat. I
Oh,
have
I thought you said you did. Sorry.
Magic Initiate. That's how I got that.
Oh, got it.
Would I be able to do it as a ritual then? I suppose I
don't
might.
remember. Ken would probably know the best. He knows
Yeah,
that.
it
Warlock
depends
stuff.
on your
I
casting
don't-
abilities.
I don't think warlocks usually
Warlocks don't have
have
ritual.
rituals. Yeah.
But there is a feat that gives you a ritual book, right? That you can then cast things that are in that book. That's the
Yeah.
one that I thought
Yeah.
you had. But if you don't have
Okay,
that,
I
I
don't
don't
have
think
that
you can. Yeah.
And
Um,
that could be something that I learned from leveling up because I did not add a spell.
Of course you didn't.
so I'm holding like the clothes up to myself and up to like other people. I don't know if they're all for one person. Like if they're all sized for one person. Probably they are, huh?
They are. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I
And
take
I guess they probably fit like anybody except Phoenix, basically.
Do any fit me?
They would kind of like as a skirt, I would imagine the clothes. The Vaclav, what is your build? Are you like portly or are you stocky or what is your like frame?
Pretty average build, I think.
Pretty average. Yeah, if you hold it up to you, definitely notice there's a bit more space like in the gut for some of the shirts and pants.
Okay. Is anybody here heavy?
I think you guys are all a little more of the malnourished sides. I don't think there's like as much of the portliness in your party.
Cool. All right, so I'm just like folding up or rolling up the clothes. I put whatever I can in my own bag, and I hand out whatever I can't carry to others. I say, this we could probably get a good price for this with with Maxie or whatever.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, the fence.
Or the Maxie the seamstress, I was thinking. It's easy to, get some fabric and remake it into something, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
It's like the chop shop for cars before cars was fancy clothes, I guess.
Nice. All right, so we got the coins, we got the brooch.
Oh yeah, Winter, are you counting coins? Or are you were like very interested in only the silvers? Is that right?
Interested in all the coins, but particularly the silver ones.
Sure. Yeah, there's quite a bit of coins in there. I picture Winter counting them and going like 1,
Yeah.
2,
really slow. Yeah,
3, 4, and he'd
and
be
he's
like
doing it out
looking-
loud. Everyone can hear him. Yeah.
Yeah. Phoenix, would you be helping Winter count?
Yes. Yeah, like encouragingly helping him count.
Are
He's
you-
all 1, 1, yeah. 2, good job, 2, 3. Yeah, what's next, Winter? What's next? 4, yeah.
Got it. Yeah, exactly.
Four silver coins.
So the rest, I feel like the adults here would be continuing to look at the clothing and talking about the brooch, while Winter and Phoenix spend quite a bit of time counting and sorting. Maybe they realize if you make piles of 5, it's maybe easier, because I feel like Winter would keep like forgetting the number and then having to start over.
I gotta start over.
So
I'm-
there's
I'm gonna take out my lyre and start a ritual cast for detect magic.
Okay, perfect.
And while that's happening,
How lucky. Sorry.
I'm actually, because we were told to wait to see if we can't escape, and now that I see that Loki's going to be doing this ritual, I'm going to be actively making sure that we're still hidden, because isn't there like a door that
Yeah,
we're
like a little trapdoor.
Yeah, I want to be up near that, just kind of keeping watch-ish.
Yeah, definitely. Can you make a perception check and put that in the chat, please? Because I'll come back to that in a second. Winter.
I feel like
yeah, go ahead.
these merchants boxes or whatever, they often have like hidden drawers and things like that. So I'm gonna pretty much like demolish the inside of this thing. I'm gonna pull all the drawers completely out, look at the back and the bottom, drop them. After they're all out, I'm gonna stick my hand behind the drawers, and like feel around, and then I'm gonna take somebody's crowbar and like start prying all the boards out.
I like it. Can you make an investigation check and put that in the chat?
And while you're doing that, I'm watching him. I'm like, Cloud, make sure you keep all the papers you find.
There wasn't any papers inside. Winter and Phoenix. Actually, Winter, can you make an investigation check for counting, for finding all those coins and stacking them up? Can you do it with advantage because Phoenix is assisting you?
Ooh. Still a 6.
Perfect. Phoenix does help you get it a little more. You keep knocking over your piles of coins and then having to start over again. And Phoenix starts, I think, taking the piles away so that you don't recount them like you have been doing.
Well, because every time he's counting, he gets to like 10, and then instead of going to 11, he starts over at 1, and I'm like 11, and then he gets mad and knocks him down. And I'm like, okay, never mind. I got this.
Yeah, I feel like then he starts ranting about like 11 and 12 don't make any sense because like why are they so different? And then he forgets what number he's
It's
on.
more than the digits on my fingers.
Yeah, exactly. And I try to explain to him, well, that's what your toes are for.
And Winter's like,
Toes are
that's not how dragons count.
Yeah.
Mhm. Dragons just take. They don't even need to count. Why am I even counting? And I'll just stop counting and just start putting stuff in the
Just
bags.
make a pile. This is how dragons count.
Mhm.
We have this many.
Perfect. Yeah. So there are a total of 12 gold coins, 18 silver, and 80 copper coins.
Noise.
And it's the copper coins that really struggle winter around.
Yeah.
All right.
Dan, is are the markings of the chest specific to the family, that Fabula family?
Oh, what was that name? I don't think it was Babula. Wasn't it? Something that was like vaguely Italian, which was funny because it was like from the generator.
The Ferulos?
The
That one?
Ferulas, yeah, it was the one that could be related to the Ferulas. The Ferulas are relatively new. Rosa, would you know? I would say though you're currently like up at the edge perceiving, so I'm not sure you'd be able to find out that information. You could say something like that to the rest of the party, and someone else could look.
Yeah, I would. Whoever's standing by the crate, is that a Ferula family crest? I see something there.
I think by the time you remember to check, Vaclav has disassembled and torn quite a bit of the chest and destroyed it. It might be a little hard to tell the maker or what the coat of arms was. He's just kind of like broken the front off, looking inside.
I'm sorry, Dan, recap real quick the gold, silver, and copper.
Sure.
12,
It was-
18, 80.
Yes, 12,
12,
18,
18, 80. Okay, thank you.
Vaclav, you're having a little more fun destroying it maybe than actually like effectively looking for stuff inside. You do effectively destroy the chest's ability to contain magic and the shelves within and like most of the velvet lining. You do find though that there is a small pouch with what seems like there could be a couple of gems inside, tucked into one of the back velvet areas.
Ruby. Put it in my pocket.
Nice.
Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
I stick it in my pocket.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Rosa, you were outside listening. You rolled a 16. You can hear, remember you were hearing like whistles before from the watch, and you were hearing more people going over to investigate. This was evening, right? Or no, this was after sunset, kind of like 10 o'clock-ish, if I'm recalling.
Right, it was night.
Night. There would be we talked about some like water elemental summoning to put out the fires, and a lot of people digging through and looking around up there. You could hear voices and conversations talking about what was going on. Rosa, you do hear a voice that you recognize as the Baron. Seems to be out and about looking and asking. You can hear him, oh, who's responsible? What's going on here? Asking the guards. And you can sense a little bit of trepidation with the guards' answers. One of the guards does mention, you'd recognize that voice as well. I saw one of those tieflings out here right before it happened. And the Baron seems to be very interested in that piece of information, asking more detailed about the tiefling that was here, or which one it was. I don't remember her name, but it was the one, and gives you kind of like gives a pretty bad description of you that you recall as you were like looking for lumber, and you had talked to one of the guards, right?
It's taking almost all of my self-control to not pop out and correct them. And I'm like, I'm not even wearing green.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh, kind of she was a woman, she's kind of ugly, and her horns were, poking all the way up outside of her cowl, and I don't think you have horns that are like that large and ungainly, and he'd be exaggerating some of your tiefling features.
What is our relationship with the Baron as far as the family's concerned?
Not good. I think that the Baron doesn't like tieflings. A big part of why you have to kind of be in the caravan and can't own anything is due to like the Baron strictly following rules that accordingly are in the town charter, but no one's ever really seen the town charter. But it definitely seems like he is not particularly welcome, and you'd know you kind of stay out of his way for the most part.
That and I would say, squirrel eating mongrel's getting it all wrong. I'm getting all angry.
Hey, you like squirrel.
Yeah.
Were you lying about that?
I'm like, it just, Baclub, the way that you make it is so good, but you know, typically it's so stringy and
I look
gross.
suspiciously at you.
You'd hear the the Baron kind of call out. Maybe more of the party might hear that. Send a group of watch to that tiefling caravan and arrest her.
And I curses. How far away is our watch? I mean, is our location from the caravan?
It's pretty far. It's kind of on the other side of the city. If you can see my shared screen, you guys are at the warehouse target over here, and your caravan is like on the other side of the city.
How long does it typically take for like an order to carry out something like that, like a caravan shakeup, to be executed? Typically, like.
Good question. You would imagine like not like super fast. They're probably gonna have to like go back to the barracks and like suit up and get their stuff, and then like head over with like a big group so that they can be extra menacing.
And then I relay that to the group. I kind of walk over. We're gonna have to get back in time. They just sent out the word. They're gonna do another caravan shakeup.
Hope they don't grab the lid.
Go ahead. Vaclav, Stan.
Oh, he said.
I just said I hope they don't.
Lid. This is his ex-wife,
Oh.
right?
Yeah, because that's Rose's sister.
Right.
Winter will just say, but that Tokos guy, he said to wait until people were gone. Should we wait or we go now?
I think that we need to wait. I'm still hearing some movement up there. We've got a little bit of time, but we definitely need to beat them back to the caravans.
Does it sound like the noises are dying down out there, or is the commotion pretty steady?
Things are dying down. You'd hear, or Rosa especially would hear. It sounds like there's a lot of people are getting tapped to join the caravan raiding party, and it doesn't seem like investigating the warehouse fire is as interesting as that.
I state as much, and then I ask Loki, what were we supposed to do with? Like, I look over at our wagon. What are we supposed to do with the load?
I imagine it. Dan, I'm trying to remember the cart is not in very good shape, right?
Right. Well,
And-
the wheel had been broken before, and then you guys loaded a bunch of stuff up on it, and then it got hit by the explosion. So I think that it is not great, if I recall.
Okay. And then are there because it's a warehouse, is there another one similar that we might take with us, or
Good question. Above, well, the warehouse next door had exploded, so probably not in there. In the one that you were in, sneaking around gathering the stuff, there was probably some like rundown wagons that we hadn't worried because ours was better. But now there might be some better ones up above in that warehouse. But most of it is like partially collapsed and damaged and like fire scorched. So you might have to dig around in the ruins to find one of those.
It's just ham and flour, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a bunch of wood.
Cured ham.
And we're
So-
kind of in a hidden like area, right?
You're in like a little storm cellar, is what I'm
Right.
picturing, yeah.
All right. So
And
here's what we're gonna do. Let's get all of the flour that we were supposed to steal and get it down here in the storm cellar where hopefully they won't find it and nobody
I
will
think
come
it
looking
is. It's
for it.
already on the. Didn't you brought the wagon down there? It's
Yeah, we brought the wagon down.
Oh, that's right, we did. Okay, so all that stuff is down here already then.
Correct.
Good. And then we'll leave it hidden here. We'll say that counts as having completed this job, and everybody carry a ham home.
Dan, the floor in this cellar, is it stone or earth?
a dirt.
Dirt. Okay, so I say, Oki, you want me to bury it?
Yeah, for sure.
No.
I forgot about your ability.
No, don't dig. We're already below sea level here. I don't know how we're not swimming right now.
What? Hey, don't worry about it, Phoenix.
If there's rivers that run out of here, we should be good.
There is also a large lake nearby too. Just reminding you.
Aren't we like literally right next to the lake? And didn't we talk about this? Because someone said when we went down, wasn't it weird that we could go down because we
I'm
were
shocked that you remember that, Travis. We did actually talk about that. Yeah. That
Yeah.
I
was-
listened to one thing from last session. That was it. You're welcome.
All right. Well, we'll just
Well-
leave it down here to spoil. That'll do.
Well, I'm going to confidently go ahead and take an earthworm from my pocket and crush it and gesture, and this mass of earth just sort of like comes pouring up out of the ground.
What is this a spell or an ability?
Yeah, move earth. It's only a cantrip, but it's kind of insane. It moves a 5 foot square in one round,
What? That's crazy.
5 foot cube.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
I start running up the ramp. It's your drowning.
Wait, move Earth? No, that's a 6th level spell.
Yeah.
Mold Earth? Is that?
It is
Just want to
mold earth. Yeah, I'm
Mold
sorry.
Earth,
All right, Vaclav, just be sure you don't flood the place out. Do a couple of small test digs
Yeah,
or something.
cool.
Yeah, small test digs.
As you do the first test dig, when you move it, it does seem like there is water that is seeping up from the bottom a little slowly.
I just push the wagon in and cover it back over.
Perfect. You might have to do a couple of 5 foot because I think the wagon was like probably 10 feet by 5 foot. But I'm assuming you're just going to make like a bigger hole and then fill it back.
Sure.
And it's the wagon and the flour you're burying, and then everyone's taking a ham, or is
Yeah.
anyone
I guess
taking
so.
flour?
We're taking ham. I don't think we're taking any flour.
No,
The
Loki.
flour's in like 100-pound bags.
That would be
So.
pretty.
Uncle Loki said to take hams.
That's right, he did. Does anyone recall how many hams? My gut says like 4, but then I thought we took more or something. Was it 4?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I want to know who has a ham.
Oh, Winter still has a ham that he brought with.
Oh, he still has one originally because he took like an extra one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then there's 4 additional hams. That is one for everyone. Does that mean everyone has a ham, or is anyone taking 2 hams?
How big are these hams? Looks like a smoked pig, or like
it's like one of those ones you would use for like a big Christmas dinner, and it's like wrapped in the strings, so they're like pretty big, like I don't know, 15 pounds.
15 pounds. Okay, so Phoenix is like he's got it in his arms, and then he takes like 10 steps, and then it slides out and hits the ground. He's like, ugh, picks it back up because Uncle Loki said take a ham, so he's doing his best.
I tie one to a stick and put it over his shoulder.
Oh, so much better, thank you.
Dan, for detect magic.
Yeah, we'll say that you're finished with your ritual casting, and I don't think you've done anything too strenuous to ruin it.
Right. Is the pendant giving off anything in particular?
Yes, it is. Let me look up. First, you do notice that the walls and the floor, at least the part that wasn't excavated by Vaclav, does have like a very mild enchantment aura around it. And then I have to go remind myself the schools of magic.
Maybe that's keeping the water out.
Yeah, you have a very powerful sense of magic coming from the amulet the brooch, which I'm going to treat as an amulet, I think, and the school of magic is. I think enchantment.
Huh.
Yeah, we'll say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I tell Rosa it's enchanted with some kind. Can I tell whether it's like protective or harmful or?
I don't believe detect magic tells you that. I think I'm not even sure if it tells you the strength in 5e. I think it just tells you the school, if I recall.
Well, okay. There was somewhere where we could actually look at the spell.
Stop. Okay, so I'm assuming as this is going on, we can hear like less and less concentration of voices.
Yes. Rosa, can you make one more quick perception for me?
That's an 11.
Cool. You still hear like a partially mumbled, but an order kind of said a little farther away, and you make it out to be you stay and guard the warehouse. Make sure no one comes by. And you hear, oh man.
Okay. I repeat it to the group and I say, we got to get going. And I take the amulet from Loki, and I pull out my coin purse, and I actually stick it in one of the pockets within the coin purse and put it back in my possession. As I grab a ham and look over at Vaclav and Loki, kind of like, okay, are we ready?
As we're moving around, I want to go check out the faint aura real quick before we go.
That was in one of the shelves above the warehouse, if you recall. I don't think you would sense that from here because I think it's blocked by dirt, like a certain amount of dirt, right? 1 inch of stone, 3 feet of wood.
30 feet. And
yeah, so I don't think you would pick that up, and I don't recall that Vaclav mentioned that because he's the one that saw that originally, unless I'm misremembering.
That's
okay.
Yeah. All right, so this is like a trap door above us. Is that right?
Yeah, it's like one of those you lift it up kind of a thing above the ground.
Okay. And I look over at Winter and I say, was it Winter or was it Loki who was talking to the Tacos? Tacos?
Tokos? Oh no.
Who has the pipe?
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
that's
Loki did.
yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and I say Loki, you have the pipe, right?
Yep, right here.
And I pull my sword. I've got my shield with my sword hand, and I'm getting ready to push up the door, unless anybody I kind of look over, see that everybody's ready.
I'm ready. I'm armed with my ham on a stick.
Winter's got a ham and he pulls out his short sword and is ready to go.
Okay, well, we'll say the little door is over here. Like that. And then what's our order? Small wagon repaired, and then I'm going to add buried with it as well.
I'm gonna open the door first, and so I'm at the front.
I knew that. I moved you up to the front. And then what's our little order for leaving the warehouse? Who'd be second?
I'll be second if I can.
Yeah, perfect. Loki, Winter, Phoenix.
Winter will go next.
I want Phoenix in the middle, as I see Phoenix kind of getting to the back, because you're a little guy.
Yep.
Yeah, Loki with Caboose work for you?
Yeah, I'll make sure that Phoenix doesn't get, out of hand.
All right, then there is
Dan, one other question. I have an ability now, vigor, something like that, dark vigor or something like that. Let's see. Fiendish vigor. I can cast false life on myself at will. Can I just cast it until I get the max hit points
I think so.
in between
That's
fights
cool.
or whatever?
You just always have an extra 8 hit
8.
points.
Yeah.
And but I mean, it would count as casting a spell. So if that triggered anything, it would be matter. So you're casting a little necromantic facsimile of life. Weird. Cool.
Okay, so once everybody's ready, I use my shield arm to kind of push up a little bit and kind of peek out, trying not to make any noise to alert anybody of our presence.
Okay. There is a watch. I put him on the map, but we don't know exactly where he is, so I'm going to add him in. But Rosa, you would know that someone was told to stay and watch, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Cool. Can you make a stealth check and a perception check, please?
Okay, so my stealth is a 14, and then my perception is a 12.
All right. You do kind of pop it open. As you do, there's like a board on the top that slides to the side, and it makes a little bit of a sound as you go. But I imagine you kind of freeze after that, but you don't hear anything weird after it. You said your perception was a 12?
Correct.
Okay, it looks like just off to the side up here, there is a member of the watch standing there. And it looks like he's right now kicking into the dirt in frustration, and he's making a little pile of dirt and digging a hole with his feet and grumbling to himself.
And is he holding a torch?
He probably has a torch stuck in the
Or-
ground that's lit, and he would have one unlit at his side.
Is the warehouse still on fire?
They would be smoldering. There'd be little pieces of coals around, but for the most part the water elementals put it all out.
So it's not throwing a lot of light or anything.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. I tell Rosa, go. The tieflings have got your back, and go very cautiously, and I toss a bardic inspiration to her.
the door that is there, the blue
Someone's
door in
firing.
front of us, is the door still hung on its hinges?
It is. No, it's kind of like off its hinges and kind of like hanging off to the side, but it looks like it's slightly attached with one of the hinges. There are a couple of holes in the walls kind of around, especially the north wall nearest to the warehouse. I'll mark those on the map as like a black fill area. So I'll put like a couple
Wait.
right there.
Okay.
What are those? Holes in the walls?
And I'm picturing it's like when the wall like is just shifted kind of apart, kind of a thing through the damage.
And the guard is human?
Yes.
Okay. So I whispered to Rosa, he's a smooth head. He can't see nothing.
You can call them smooth heads, Backlash. It's not very nice.
Phoenix, how loud do you shout that?
Loud enough for Vaclav to hear.
Loud enough for the watch to hear, do you think?
I wasn't trying to scream it. I was just
Okay,
saying.
got it.
He whispered to me. Are you right behind him?
Me? No, I'm two people behind him. Like,
Sure, Phoenix, can you make a stealth check with disadvantage for me?
sure.
I mean, you are 12. That is
Oh.
not an
Nice. I rolled a 12 and a 16, so my stealth is high. So give me a second. So that's a 14.
Perfect. It seems like his little particular whiny voice seems to get caught in the cellar and doesn't travel as far as you would expect. But he probably was being a little loud in his joke.
Oh, I wasn't joking. I was being very serious. That was a mean thing. I don't like it when Vaclav calls them smooth heads. I don't like it when anyone calls anyone anything other than what they are.
Got it. Okay.
Is this one of the ones that kicked this cart?
I don't think you'd be able to see at this point. You could ask Rosa, but she hasn't
Same.
quite left the space yet.
Say, Rosa, did he kick our cart?
Did he kick our cart?
It's a different one, no.
I say no. This is not one of the ones.
Ah,
This one looks like a little scrawny, probably like left behind, maybe intentionally, is what your gut would say, Rosa.
I'm like, it's just like one of the lowlies. Which way on the map would we be trying to go if we're trying to get to?
Sure. This
Yeah.
this is the warehouse map, and
Yeah.
it is right here, like on this warehouse, kind of. So we would be. We're gonna say that north is the same on both. So we want to be going like southeast to get to. If you can see, if I put my little measure tool. Because you'd be wanting to go here. However, you could wind around the other direction and go like the long way, or you could leave the city. You know that the gate nearest to the tieflings, this gate right here, is the one that's going to be most likely open and not give you that much trouble because they're used to tieflings going in and out. If you were to leave through one of the other gates, they might give you more of a hard time because they'd be like, "Where are you going?"
And what does the destruction around the area look like? Is it passable? Is it
Passable.
pretty?
It's the warehouse to the north is pretty much like destroyed. Yours is like damaged, but the other ones are not. Actually, the one to the north would probably be damaged as well. But there's like a bigger street than Brown, and the ones on the other side of that are unaffected.
And as far as the time of night,
Like 10:30 probably. Pretty dark, and we can see about our moon cover. It is like a quarter moon, so it's pretty dark tonight.
I kind of gently push on Rosa's back. Like, go.
yeah, and I'm trying to figure out where to go. Would it be
Back to the caravan.
would it be weird to have people out and about? Is there any kind of like because we were already yelled at for being out last time,
Yes.
correct?
No, but in this district.
Right.
This district is supposed to be off limits to everybody.
I point down like farther along the wall toward the holes that have appeared after the explosion.
Okay.
Um,
And then I give the nod and I like try to sneak in that direction, trying to sneak or stealth my 30 feet.
Sure, perfect. Yeah, and then to answer your other question, that it's not like it wouldn't necessarily be allowed. It's more that like a tiefling with two little tieflings and a wagon in the middle of the warehouse district is going to get harassed by the watch, whereas like if like somebody is struggling home, like from a tavern or something, that might be a little different. It's just that you were very suspicious looking, if that makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
Cool.
So I'm going to climb out and head after her.
Perfect. Can everybody make a stealth check and put that in the chat for me?
And I put, as just before we're climbing out, I put my hand on Phoenix's shoulder and I tell him, look, kid, the family's in some peril here. We have to get back without anyone knowing we were out or what has happened. You need to be a good part of the family.
Uncle Loki, am the best at hide and seek. Watch.
It's not just hide and seek, kid.
Oh, it's
If anyone's being loud,
If
if anyone's being loud,
loud.
Winter would be like, there's Phoenix, and then I'll show him where to step and everything.
So are you trying to give him assistance?
Yeah,
Are you trained in stealth?
yeah, expertise actually.
Perfect. You
Stealth.
are Winter, though. You maybe turn to Phoenix, but you actually hear Vaclav being the worst with his stealth. That it seems like he is. I don't know how would you be being bad at stealth right now?
It was just him talking to me, going, "Be quiet, no one can hear us."
No, that was Loki.
That was Loki.
Oh, it's Vaclav. I'm sorry.
I think as I'm walking across, there's a bunch of like debris on the ground, right? And I think I step on some debris that's like unsettled and it slides down.
Got it. Yeah, Winter. You see him. He's not choosing his footing very well.
Yeah, I'll put a hand on his shoulder and point down to the ground and like try to gesture where to step.
Sure, Vaclav. Can you give me one more roll to make your stealth with advantage and see if it gets better?
Slightly better. It's a 9.
A 9.
Yeah.
Cool.
So Uncle Loki had told me we have to be super quiet. We can't be seen. And I'm always following Winter around, like, he's like my big brother-ish type, figure. So have we ever like gone and done something, Winter, where maybe you would have used some kind of ranger, I don't know, spell or something like that, it keeps you quiet and hard to catch and find?
No, because I wouldn't have had spells before this session.
Okay.
Because you need level 2 ranger for spells.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Did you take spells?
I did, yeah, but nothing that helps with this.
You didn't take Pass Without Trace? Meta!
I don't know if that's even possible for him or if that's a level 1 spell. I have to look.
Okay, that's fine. So does the guy hear us?
Yeah, perfect. Exactly. As you're leaving, Vaclav, you make a better step, but it does still slide a little bit, and you can hear the watch kind of turns. Hey, hello? Is anyone there? And goes to start to light his handheld torch from the stationary torch that's in the ground. Rosa, you're the leader of our little train here, so what would you be doing right then?
I'd be looking for some type of debris or boxes to hide behind.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that laying around.
Then I hide.
Do you say anything to the rest of the group?
I turn around because it's right behind me, and I look at Vaclav and I'm like,
Sorry, I didn't have your camera up. Do it again.
Yeah, I'm doing like the signs of like
I look around and I go meow, and then I get behind something.
Perfect. Can you make a performance or deception, up to you, for your meowing?
Okay.
Nice. I wonder which one he's got.
Yeah, I wonder too. Or maybe neither. You probably have deception, right?
No.
Oh.
What? Really?
I figured for your business practices you might need it.
No doubt, man. Warlock without deception. Okay.
All right. Is everyone scrambling for a hiding spot?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hiding spots.
Oh, are we? I have a question about the map. We're still inside the warehouse, right?
Yes, the partially destroyed warehouse that you were in before.
Okay. And the watch person's like outside on the street at the next building over.
Yes.
Okay.
Dan, I'm going to go climb up to that spot that I was up on before when I was looking out the window and saw the flames across the way.
Okay.
That was, I think, right there.
All right. The watch starts to come a little closer and says, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," and starts making little cat collection noises.
I'm going to use thaumaturgy to make the shadows, intensify to cause the light to not penetrate like it should.
Perfect. I like that. Does the torch, is it 30 feet or is it 60 feet?
I think it's
20 and
20.
20 and 20, isn't it?
Depends on if it's a bullseye or a
Oh, it is
It's
20.
not-
or a
You're
normal
right.
flood.
it's not a lantern, it's a torch.
I'm gonna
Oh,
go
it's torch,
40
my bad.
feet. It's 40 feet
Literally
radius. Yeah, okay.
the worst.
Because that's the
And-
total for any light at all. Cool. Just so I can help visualize that. Cool. Phoenix, can you make a stealth check with disadvantage as you're scrambling up to that spot?
And when I see him do that, I'm going to cause, let's see, I think 30 feet away.
Did he say with
Where
disadvantage?
am I?
Not good.
Over by the guard, I'm gonna make the ground shake a little bit.
With what?
Using thaumaturgy.
Oh.
We're gonna have to start figuring out these spells.
It can cause a minor harmless tremor.
Harmless tremor in the ground, basically like trying to make the blown up building part of it
Got it.
stumble.
He was.
Is a lion a common animal in this jungle area, or
I don't think
or
so.
a
They'd be
tiger?
like tigers, probably more likely than a lion.
I'm gonna use minor illusion because I have that one, and it doesn't require any verbal components. So I'm just gonna use minor illusion like a tiger's roar right near us.
Nice.
All right. So there's a cat noise. He kind of moves a little closer. Then the ground starts shaking. What was your stealth, Phoenix? There was some noise like scuttling through some falling pieces of wood, and then there's a lion roaring, or a tiger roaring from outside.
Yeah.
With that, he actually drops his torch and he starts running the other direction. And starts, "Help! Ah, there's a monster!" And starts running the other direction back towards the watch headquarters.
Ah, I should have done that earlier. All right, let's go.
So my stealth at disadvantage was a 9, and apparently it scared him away. So I'm pretty proud of myself.
Yeah, it was definitely yourself.
I
Start heading out towards where we need to go.
Sure. I'm gonna go back to Rosa, who's kind of leading the little
Okay.
train. Rosa, where are you going through?
Is there another door on the other side of the?
Yeah, there's the big, huge door over there, and there's the black spots are holes in the wall. But this is like the large one. Oh, but I don't think that one was open because you guys did not use it. So you have the partially destroyed teal door here, and you have the black spots are holes in the wall that was destroyed.
I look back at Vaclav and I'm pointing at either the large big hole. But Winter, you're heading towards the broken door, or you're just walking through the broken door?
Yeah, he's just walking out the broken door.
Cool. Winter's going out. Winter, there's a torchlight in front of you. Is anyone following Winter? If he's
Yeah.
cool.
Same.
Yeah.
As we pass the
Who
torch,
did
I
the
gesture
tiger
at it
over?
and it goes out.
Vaclav?
Oh, cool.
Winter?
Phoenix, are you staying or joining the party?
No, I'm gonna join in there. You can just move me as well. Thank you.
Cool, cool. Alright. Alright. And then what's the intention next? Are you kind of heading back to the caravan?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, we're gonna go south and around. I want to put like as much distance between us and the things that have happened here. And tell
so-
everybody, you know, if we get separated, regroup at the pig pen and then head to the caravan.
Oh, I didn't know I could do that. What was I doing? So you're kind of like going south this way, and then there's like the little bridge over here, head
Yeah.
up towards there. Is that like your path-ish?
Yes, more or less, yeah.
All right. Who's leading the party? That's Loki, right?
Yes.
All right. Cool, Loki. Can you make a perception check?
Not fabulous. 7 plus shit. What is my okay? So 9 total.
Perfect. Yeah, it's enough where as you're about to turn a corner, you do hear a couple of watch that are kind of like walking towards you in that direction. You can hear them like talking far away. As they get closer, they are talking to each other, and one saying, "I can't believe we didn't get on that detail to rough up the tieflings. Man, I missed that. Yeah, I know. Maybe next time we'll just have to keep an eye out for them. You gotta give the commander a reason to go out there. That's all he wants. Yeah, you're right. Next time, I'm gonna make sure my club is extra sharp. You know, you can't sharpen a club, you idiot." And they're kind of talking as they kind of go by on the watch. When they pass, you kind of continuing on.
Yeah. Make sure everyone's silent and let them pass.
All right. You get to the main gate over here. Let's see. Do we have a little party? Hope party. Oh, that's right. I forgot we're the Hope party. That's funny. The Hope party gets through here. The gate is open, and it looks like it is manned by or staffed by 2 guards that are kind of standing out there for in the entrance. You'd know that they kind of just make sure they check in who's going and not, and they do sometimes give you a hard time depending on what's going on.
Are they familiar with our group? Is this a regular watch? Like, I'm assuming with this gate, they're very familiar.
Yeah, I know.
With
I
the
get
area.
exactly what you're asking, and I'm going to say yes, you do, and you actually certainly Rosa, Loki, and Vaclav know both of the guards that are currently staffing there. You know that it's Mir and Jebim.
With I'm going to assume that we have a relationship with them. Is it positive or negative?
Yeah, Mir. He is. Let me look and see. Jebum, you would know, is kind of like he's like a giant, super ripped human, but he's kind of a meathead and is mostly just concerned about like how big he can possibly get. So he's kind of a great watch guard for that. But he doesn't really care that much about tieflings, to be honest. He just tries to follow the rules as best that he can, but he's not great at remembering what the rules are. Mir, however, is pretty twitchy and is really suspicious, but you know that he does like his gold coins, and has been known to look the other way given the right incentive before.
Fantastic. I kind of elbow King and I say, Vaclav, take care of Mir. I got Jebum. And I walk up to Jebum and I go out in front of everybody and I pretend that I've been drinking a little bit and I say, Jebum.
Hang on, give me 1 second. Let me pull our little tokens over so that in case I want to move them. We'll just go right on top of the map. I'm going to take the Hope Party. Oops. Party over there. And perfect. And Rosa, you were going up to which one?
Jebum.
Yep. He said, "Oh, excuse me, the gates are closed tonight."
Jebum. I was telling Winter here, and I go, Winter, tell him how we have those new push-ups, the ones that like, Jebum doesn't and I say I'm like mixing up my words on purpose, making it sound like I've been drinking, and I say, I figured it out, and I don't think you can do it, bro. I don't think you can do it. And I start to do push-ups. I'm like, I could beat you. Winter, count them. And I start doing push-ups.
Okay, can you make a deception check?
Ah! I lost my 20. Okay.
You have your bardic inspiration.
Oh, that's true too. How long does that last?
I used my other one in the I used my other one to stealth.
Oh, did you use
Oh,
it?
got it.
Okay. Well, I would have sent you another one since you've been out front, and it's it lasts 10 minutes.
Okay, that's right.
Okay, so that's
Would
it.
Winter, is this like a common thing you've done with Winter or anything? Like, would he know if this is a ruse? And trying to think how he would react.
Winter, you can make, or Ken, you can make like an intelligence check to see if Winter realizes it. He could also just take it very seriously. I don't know.
12.
Oh, Tabby, what was your deception?
15
15. Oh, perfect.
with the bardic inspiration.
Got it. Perfect. Are you good at push-ups? Is Rosa good at push-ups?
Yes,
Oh, got it. Can you make an athletics check then?
sure. Oh yeah, 24.
Okay. Jebum says, that's impossible. Can't be better than me. And he'll kind of jump down on the ground next to you and attempt to go faster than you with his push-ups. You had a 24.
Yep.
He looks like he's had a couple drinks tonight, and he is struggling to keep up. But he's kind of like sacrificing his form in order to stay going as fast as you. Vaclav, what are you up to? Mir is not convinced.
So I'm approaching Mir, and I've got a big, like, semi-menacing smile on my face, and I'm holding out the ham to him, and I'm gonna kind of push the ham into his arms and say, uh, happy Tiefling New Year.
It's the
Got to take care of my friends on Tiefling New Year. He says,
is this for
pat
me?
his arm. I say, yeah, it's the traditional Tiefling New Year ham.
Um, Ham's my favorite. How did you know?
Oh, I know him here, buddy. It's
Well, you know that the gate's supposed to be closed, especially for tieflings tonight.
I say, what on our own New Year?
That that doesn't seem
I,
very fair to me.
no, I get it, Mir. And I think we're on the wrong side of the gate anyway, right?
Y-
If they say that the gate's closed to tieflings, it seems like the tiefling should be outside, not inside, right?
He kind of like looks out to the caravan through the gates. And he looks back. Do you have a drink or two with your ham? Do you think you could help me out for the tavern?
I say, of course, I don't want to go on a new year without merriment.
Right.
Here, Rosa's way ahead of you. You got to catch up. And I push a couple of silver coins into his hand, like out of 5 silver.
Got it. Happy New Year, he says. And don't come back into the city tonight.
I say, oh, I'll be too drunk to walk. And I wave everybody through.
Perfect. Jebum is he's starting to get a little upset, Rosa, that you
Yeah.
are beating them. That you're cheating. She's cheating. Winter, isn't she cheating?
I don't know what the rules of this game are, but Rosa, we have Aunt Rosa. We gotta go, don't we? Why are we
And
doing
I'm like,
push-ups?
Jevum, you are so observant. Look, and then I purposely put my knees down and I pull my cloak up to show. And I was like, I got you, bud. I got you. You know you're always stronger than me. And I pop up real quick and I follow out the gate. Nice job, Jevum. You're so strong.
I knew it. And you can hear him saying, "She's such a liar. I'm way stronger than. Look at this. Look at this." And he kind of shows the muscle over to Mir, and Mir's kind of ignoring him, and he's just like smelling the ham, like with a deep like scent as the five of you kind of go off into the night.
As I pass Mir, I say, "Hey, Happy New Year."
You too. You guys must celebrate Happy New Year a lot, huh? As you're kind of going through.
Tiefling years are different than human years.
Perfect. All right, headed back to the campsite or our little caravan area. I'll drag us over. We had quite a bit of characters kind of hanging around over here. Let's see.
I'm gonna be seeking out Lydia to let her know that the guards are coming.
Got it. Give me a quick minute for bio break, and Andy is meeting up with friends today, so I'm gonna go make lunch quick and bring it over. And I just want to think about this next little transition. So give me it might be like 5-10 minutes for me to go grab some food. Cool.
Okay.
That's something too.
Oof, that.
Jump up, doggies.
Varklev, how old is your character? Like 40 or something?
In early 50s, I would say.
Oh, 50s? Was Lydia the same age?
Or a few years younger.
Younger, yeah.
I think Lydia is Rose's older sister, probably.
I was thinking, isn't Rosa like 30s or something? I can't quite remember though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lyd's probably in her 40s.
Yeah, I put her at like
Out of
40.
curiosity, would the caravan have like a protocol or strategy if like we knew we were going to get rounded up and such? We'd be like ditch everything or everybody quickly gather their stuff and move or anything.
I would imagine that there probably is a procedure, and you can tell me what that procedure might be.
So as one of the elders, we have these things like anything that's illicit and stuff. Like we have tables that like turn over and it looks like a dragon chess set instead of like and then we have like for the wagons that are known for like spell components and magical things that we typically use as the family, like the bookcase, like we have walls that go over certain spell books and things like that. In fact, as we walked over,
We're gonna pause like right before we get to it. So just tell me like in general what those might be, because I think I might want to have something happen before we
Sure. There's a cat that is part of the caravan, like I'm thinking kind of like Maine Coon size, like a large cat. And there's a bell that's on the cat's collar that when activated in the right way, the cat like the caterwauls, kind of tell the whole caravan like this is happening, and that's kind of what triggers all of the things to happen. So I intend on, and I'm assuming this cat's like Lydia's cat, and that's where I was headed.
And I feel like if we have enough notice, there's probably a group of the caravan that would like head down the road and be farther away than the rest of everything.
So this place is there's a lot of paladins like in the hierarchy of this place, right?
Within the hierarchy of the temple, but not the watch necessarily.
Okay. Um, Still, is there an ethos like there is in the real world where, just slaughtering us is monstrous or whatever?
Yes,
Like why don't they
definitely.
just slaughter us all?
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
like evil. It's more, it's typically like go through your stuff,
Right.
take some things, break some things, and put you back in your place more than just like murder
Right.
all of you. Like that's would be like probably too much for the townspeople to stomach.
Yeah. Um, and so I imagine that we don't make that easy for them. Like I would think that, guards would not want to come here in ones and twos. Like
That is
it's
definitely
scary,
true. Yes.
And we make it scary for them.
Yeah, and I think you definitely lean into the sorcery and occult, and have all your extra creepy stuff that
Yeah.
normal people
We can all cast thaumaturgy and we all make it really disturbing. Right.
Right. And you're not supposed to do any of that stuff, but like maybe you've been threatening to, and you can get in trouble if you do that in the city, but in your caravan it'd be like that wasn't me, that was just the owl moving, or that was just a small earthquake, or that, right? Winter, oh yeah, it wasn't. And then they're like, you know what, maybe I won't be here. That's kind of what I'm imagining the vibe to be.
Yeah.
Additionally, like on that vein, when some of the things flip over, we make it spookier. We lean into that. So maybe one of the curtains that goes over stuff is actually got like cobwebs and stuff on there, like just kind of making it more
It's like a
creepy.
Halloween haunted house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we play it up
Winter,
to also
go get your zombie mask on. Yeah.
exactly. I also wanted to note that as we were going through the wall, I scooped up the other ham that Phoenix was holding and struggling with, and I kind of gave you the good job, bud. And
Oh, stick.
yeah,
Oh.
I grabbed it because I'm taking it over to Lydia, who's kind of like our, I want to make sure that some of it gets to the caravan.
Perfect. Can everybody make a perception check, please, and put it in the chat?
We're on fire tonight.
Wow. Good thing Winter's here. He's
It's
practicing
the
his,
opposite
like,
of my
brain
last character.
hunting. That's what I'm picturing.
Mhm. Phoenix might have good
Yeah,
perception.
could be.
I do, but not at this moment, apparently.
Yeah, I think everyone's like hustling along. Vaclav, you're definitely worried about Lydia or the other people that might be going there. Um, everyone's kind of going through their steps of what they need to do to prepare for a raid. Winter, however, I think is practicing to see the world like a dragon would, and he is practicing finding where the critters that he could eat if he was a dragon would hide. And he's kind of like looking around, and as you guys are getting close to the city, or close to the caravan, you're kind of running down through the slums in the main city here, and Winter, you see that there's like two guards that are like peering from behind a building and like looking on ahead towards the caravan. So if I were to like put that on the map to show you, like, we'll be like right here, they're like kind of hiding behind like a little corner of a building as the rest of the party is kind of like moving through this city, and it looks like they are kind of peering, looking out at the caravan, and looks like they're talking to each other, but that Winter, you notice that the rest of the party doesn't seem to notice them.
Oh, the two, are they like crouched like behind stuff looking out,
Yes.
or How far away are they?
How far is your dark vision? 60 feet?
60 feet, yeah.
Probably right at the edge. Probably like 55. You caught him right away.
Okay. I'm gonna go, hey, and like try to get the rest of the party to stop. Like put my hand out that's
Yeah,
open,
I
that's
think
not
they
carrying
would.
the hand.
Are you like, are we stealthing still? Like,
I think once you got out of the gate, I would imagine you guys were going pretty quick, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
yeah,
by the way you said it, I thought that it was implying that we were like trying to stay quiet. Still, I don't know why we would be.
Oh, yeah. I guess if we're moving fast, maybe I wouldn't. I might just. Yeah. I guess I wouldn't necessarily know these guards or anything. What would Winter do? I think it would point out
No,
to the
actually,
others.
I will say you would actually recognize one of them, and one of them
Oh.
was the one that kicked the cart earlier.
Oh. Hey, I'll say, Aunt Rose, that one kicked our cart earlier. And I will start
Oh,
walking towards them. Yeah.
Yeah. And I start yelling out, "Hey, you! You're the one! What are you looking at? You want to see what we got going on here?" And I'm calling him out.
Yeah, can you make an intimidation? And is anyone helping, or is anyone trained in intimidation?
I believe I am. Yep, I am.
I might be. Oh wait, I am. Sweet. Yeah, I'll say, what are you doing crouching behind there, hiding?
Sure thing. What's your role?
Oh, me or Rosa? I was just trying to.
Sorry,
right,
Rosa has
yeah.
advantage.
With the advantage, 15.
What? Returns back to you. What? Nothing. Just minding our own business, right? And you kind of
Yeah, like when you kicked my cart and you broke it and I had to leave it back there because it's non-functional.
I don't know anything about that.
I do.
Well, we're
Can they see us right? They can't see us right now, right? Because we're.
I think I got the sense that you two were like approaching them while yelling.
Yeah.
There's probably some light along the road. So as you're getting closer, they probably have like a torch, or they're next to a building or something. Would you be trying to stay out of the light, or would you be getting close enough to be recognized? Or, well, I guess, why are you asking?
I was asking for, I think.
Well, I think certainly
would
Rosa
probably-
seemed to identify herself through her yelling, so I'm not sure that it matters.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back to play, and I'm gonna be like right there, shoulder to shoulder with Rosa and Winter.
Perfect.
Just-
Yeah, they are. They're kind of backing away. We're just scouting the way, scouting ahead, making sure nothing's happening in the slums. That's all.
The slums. Seriously?
There's crime everywhere, ma'am. And he's kind of
Yeah.
backing up farther along, like that little alley is. I feel like where you're like pushing them to go, if that makes sense.
I am, and I'm like, that's right. Oh, now because I got nothing, because you left me with nothing, and I had to leave. You gonna walk away? What? You don't want to come out here? And I just keep egging him on.
Yeah, there's little eyes in some of the houses that are starting to like watch through the windows, and that you're getting a little bit of an audience in here. And the one that broke the cart from earlier kind of turns the other. Well, looks like everything's under control here. Well, we'll just head back, and they take off at quite a pace in the direction away from you.
Oh, you don't want to come see my wagon? You want to see? You want to kick my wheel again?
And they keep running. Yeah.
And as they're leaving, I shout out to them, y'all better stay out of this part of the area. The quarter moon spirits are going to be out, and they do not like... Should I use it? Yeah. And they do not like the smooth heads this time.
Ooh.
I'll make a little sound that's right near them. That sounds like a woman screaming, like running away,
Kind of
startled. Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Loki, what are you? Are you persuading? Are you intimidating? What's your?
Um, the intent is to intimidate them and to make sure that because we know what's coming, that they're on edge
Got it.
when they
Yeah.
come.
Nope.
Go ahead and make a roll, and Winter gave you advantage with his play there. Sorry,
No.
Travis. What'd you say? Oh, you're talking to a dog.
Silent dog. As like right before they get beyond 60 feet, I thought we were trying to stay like quiet and not let anyone see us, but now all of a sudden everyone's yelling at these guys, and then I realized that that guy wasn't actually checking the spoke on the wheel; he was being mean, and I am going to say to him, "It wasn't very nice to break our wagon." And I would like that dude to make a wisdom save against 11.
Okay. Are you using the attack thing?
I'm using vicious mockery.
Wisdom save versus he saves.
Okay. Well, now he knows how I feel.
As he saves, do I want to do this? Yeah, as he saves, I cast Silvery Barb to cause him to have to re-roll.
Nice.
I don't know Silver Barbs. I've only heard that it's like the most banned spell in
Oh, really?
tables.
I hadn't ever heard of it until I was looking through the spell list. It says it's a reaction which you take when a creature you can see within 60 feet succeeds in an attack, ability check, or saving throw. And basically puts him at disadvantage.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, he still saves actually.
Yeah. Like, look, kid, you might want to work on that one.
All right. Getting
It
heading back
was too far.
And I say, my cloak is purple, not green.
Oh,
Oh, shit. You just gave up the fact that we were there.
Oh yeah, like that was she. Yeah, from the beginning.
okay. The Pope party is making it out to the caravan. Tell me about this cat. The noise of is it a real cat or is it just a sound that you make with thaumaturgy?
Oh no, it's a real cat.
How does it? Do you have to go find the cat to trigger it, or how does that?
The cat is super chill and hangs out in front of Lydia's wagon.
Got it. So you can't signal before you get to the caravan?
No.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, yeah, tell me what happens when we get back to the caravan.
So we get back to the caravan, and now I'm all pumped up, right? And I've got 2 hams, and I'm huffing and puffing, and I do like the scratch that makes the bell, trigger the whole guards are coming. And I knock on Lydia's door.
Yeah, we'll say Lydia's next to yours. This one was okay. The noise is triggered, and I have a little bits of information about some of the tieflings. I'm just putting in their age in parentheses, so we can easily identify them at least a little bit that way. And then as they may or may not have more personality, we can kind of connect that with them as it goes. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Cool. Rosa, we'll go with you first, find out what you do when you get back, and then we'll see if anyone else is up to anything else, or if anyone's joining Rosa on Lydia's door. I might, excuse me, I could see Vaclav joining.
Yeah, I'll go and check on her. I think I'm a few steps behind Rosa. Um, I sort of just want to see if she's okay, but I know she doesn't really like me.
Right, that's what I was figuring.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Rosie, you're pounding on the door.
Yep.
She opens the door, kind of eyes wide. She's already heard the cat wailing, and says, "What? What'd you do this time?"
What? Lydia, listen. Looking out for the family,
Is that soot on you? And she kind of like wipes on your clothes where there's like burned soot and splinters from like crawling through the rubble. Where have you been?
feeding the caravan, and I hoist like the two ham hocks that are like probably about as big as half of her body,
Yeah.
and I like push them over towards her.
Where am I supposed to put these?
I don't know. Feed the people. Hey, we gotta get going. I got some stuff to tell you.
Of course. Well, get out of here. Help someone else. And then she slams the door behind you. Before she slams the door, she kind of like scowls at you, Vaclav. She sees you behind Rosa as she's talking, and then slams.
I give a weak little wave, you know.
And you can hear like slamming and flipping kind of inside, and then you kind of hear, "What am I going to do with this ham? It doesn't fit my cabinet." And as you kind of back away, what is everyone else up to when you get back to the caravan?
Winter is gonna hide his ham, and then help out with whatever he needs to do.
Where are you hiding the ham?
I imagine he's got some. This is pretty big, though. I imagine he's got like a little hiding spot within his cart or nearby, to hide things that even he doesn't want, say, Rosa to find as well.
Yeah, I was almost thinking like a little hole or something that he's got in the ground,
Yeah.
like a little,
Mhm.
like
Your
a little
hoard?
cache or something. Yeah.
Yeah, my hoard. Yeah, my dragon's
Oh,
hoard.
of course it's his hoard. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Perfect. So Winter's hiding his ham in his hoard. Phoenix and Loki, what are you guys up to?
So Rosa like pet the cat, and the cat is now caterwauling.
Yeah.
All right, so Phoenix, being a youngster, he's 12. He's not like a baby or anything. Would he know that it's time? I assume by the time he's 12, he's been through this a few times.
Yeah.
So when Winter starts heading over towards his caravan, then Phoenix would try and tag along, and like, oh, I'll help you. We can hide everything. And then that's what I would start with, I guess.
Got it. Perfect. Yeah, that's okay. Loki, are you doing anything in particular?
I would be making sure that everyone is getting set up for the raid we know is coming, and tell Vaclav to get everyone's like the things that we know we don't want them to find or take, to get all of that well buried.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking anyway. So first, as I go by the fire, I'm gonna like dim the fire basically, like way down, with thaumaturgy. So it doesn't seem to be casting as much light. And I probably have this particular tree that I use for my cache where I put stuff. And so I would go running over to that tree and kind of like a cylinder of dirt near its roots, and it probably exposes a box that I have down there. And then I open the box and throw the expensive clothes in there. I throw that little pouch of gems, essentially everything I took from the house.
Got it.
And close the box and cover it back over. If anybody gave me something to hide, I would throw that in there as well. And then I kick some leaves around to hide the excavation.
Sure.
All this is far enough away from the fire that I'm completely in the dark, basically, right?
I figure, yeah.
Yeah.
The distance isn't necessarily true here. It's more just like you're
Sure.
in a spot. Yeah. Can you make a stealth check or nature check to hide it, whichever you would be using?
Okay. Got a 17 on nature.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Like that, and then heading back to the grouping. Winter, is your cache in your, or your hoard, is it in your caravan, or is it like in the woods a little bit behind as well?
It might be in the woods, I was thinking, nearby, and it might be a place I would probably go to as well to maybe like a vantage point if it's close enough to be able to see from the trees back to the camp.
Oh, sure. Would you be bringing Phoenix with you? Or Phoenix
I
might be
wouldn't stop
going.
him. I wouldn't stop him from following me.
Got it. Cool. I'm assuming Phoenix was going to follow you. Loki, you're helping everyone get situated for what's going on. Perfect. Let me add in a couple more pieces of information.
So Dan, the residents of the slums, would they kind of hold common cause with us because we're all looked down on, or are we the lowest of the low, and it makes them feel good to have somebody kick around?
Yeah, a little bit more like that. They're definitely,
Okay.
welcoming, but like certainly like we're at least we like are citizens. We like have a house. You have to like you're in the caravan over there, but like they're not gonna like tell on you necessarily unless it like saves them a little bit. So they might, but I don't know if it's necessarily like a good relationship that you have, but more like
Okay.
letting them be, but a little bit more of the like it's good to have someone lower than you, right? So that you can. At
So they
least
don't
be-
they don't like guards, but they don't like us either.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good way to frame it. But notice they didn't. No one really helped when Rosa was like causing a ruckus. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Dan, I'm back in my caravan, and I'm taking off all the clothes that I was wearing, that are all scorched up and what have you. Putting down my shield, and I'm putting on the witch's hat.
Nice.
That's in character of what they expect to see, and then like putting on this cloak, replacing my traveling and my adventuring cloak with one that's more like wizardy sorcery looking. It's got like little stars and moons on there and all of that.
Got it. Okay, sorry. Cool. Then that's Rosa, Winter, Phoenix and Winter out there. Rosa, you're staying inside. Vaclav and Loki, are you guys going to any of the? What? Tell me what you're up to, I guess.
I think we'd probably have a caravan that would also serve as like a little bit of tiefling headquarters.
Good point. I like that. They wouldn't call it headquarters, though. What would they call it?
We'll call it the. Oh, God.
Thinking like
The
big
The
caravan.
big wagon.
The big wagon? Yeah, I like that.
The big wagon. I was thinking something dark, but no, that's good.
Like the mausoleum or something, or the or the witch's brew. I don't know, something like that would be good. Cool. Yeah. So would you? Yeah. Where would you guys be?
I was thinking like sitting out around the fire.
Cool.
I would encourage as many tieflings to be out there as possible.
Got it. We'll have a couple of the other ones out there as well. Loki, you out by the fire? You in the big wagon or your caravan? Loki, which one are you?
I think I'm gonna be out by the fire.
Cool.
I want to be like towards whatever direction they're gonna come from,
They'll be coming
so
from
that
the
I'm one of the
east.
first people they encounter.
Got it. Cool. And then Rosa, out by the fire, or are you waiting in your caravan?
Now that I have everything on, I'm gonna go out by the fire.
Alright. Cool. I picture Vaklev's like the one, he wants to like see him first, but Loki's gonna be the one that like would be closest, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm going to use thaumaturgy to alter my eyes so that they reflect light, like a cat's eyes.
Oh, cool. I didn't know you could do that either. Oh, alter the. That's like a specific mention of altering the appearance of your eyes. That's hilarious. Cool. Winter and Phoenix. So you guys definitely could see out there because there's a fire around that they'll be sitting around. Are you guys kind of just like peering out there, or just checking in, make sure that's what you're up to?
I think Witcher would. I don't know how close the trees are, but try to get to a point where he can get in a tree and like see them coming first.
See the guards.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So you're gonna climb up.
Yeah.
Cool. Can you give me a acrobatics check? Phoenix, are you joining the climbing up the tree as well?
I am.
Perfect. Can you both do an acrobatics check?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Acro. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not put that in the chat? Where'd you go, chat? Sorry.
You.
I didn't put it in there. I typed it, but I didn't type it into the bar. A crow.
Perfect. Yeah, you guys get up there, and can you both make a perception check as well?
Yeah.
Ooh. Fine.
Nice.
All right. Give me 1 second. And let's see.
What are these things, man?
Shortbread cookies.
Oh.
All right. Winter and Phoenix, you guys are watching from the top of a tree. I picture it's like a tree with a really big canopy that you kind of are up in the top and you can see pretty far. And you can see down the road that there seems to be like a big group with torches kind of like walking towards the caravan out here. And you can even hear a little bit of like shouting and yelling. And it doesn't sound good.
Mm-hmm. Can we see like how many people?
You guys rolled pretty well. Looks like 11 or 12.
Okay. And then they're pretty far still.
Yeah.
I don't know how it
And
Winters.
Phoenix, you have a slightly higher perception. You would recognize one of the voices as the Baron. You've heard him talk before, and he seems like he is bellowing about something.
Okay.
You might even hear the word sorcerers.
Ah, well, I am going to ask Winter, like, man, they sound mad. Why are they so mad? What did we do? Why are they so mad at us? I'm going to go tell everybody.
Yeah, go tell everyone.
I'm going down the tree and I'm going to run over and I will let the circle at the fire know that
Sure, what do you tell him?
the Baron and another handful of Watch are coming and they're mad. They're talking about I don't know, we did something and sorcerers and they're mad. They're carrying torches and I hope they don't set everyone on fire.
Dan, out of curiosity, since we're kind of sort of like mid-level within the caravan, is Lydia
Oh,
the
good point.
leader? Like who's the who's the Tommy of the caravan? But
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I forgot that Lydia is kind of like the head of the whole thing, so she'd probably be out there as well. Probably like talking to Loki and like I feel like Loki was like, I'll be the one to talk, and Lydia's like, now let me handle it. I got this, Loki. They know me, and we go way back. I can smooth over the barons a lot more than you can. And she'd kind of probably Lydia would probably turn to you, Phoenix, or sorry, you, Rosa, and be like, "All right, Rosa, take some deep breaths with me. I need you to." Exactly. Oh, that I see you're working on your deep breathing. That's good. Remember, it's gonna be okay. We got to get to tomorrow. That's the big goal here, right?
like smooth head liars is what they
Right,
are.
Rosa? And she goes to like shake you. She is not nearly as strong as you, but she's still gonna like try to shake you. Right? We're gonna make it to tomorrow because we got these little guys to take care of. And she kind of like looks at Phoenix, who's right there in the group. Right?
Yep.
We're not gonna do anything crazy.
I fill Lydia in on what happened that night, that like they aren't to know that we were there or anywhere around it.
Do you
And
tell her like everything?
I tell her that we know there was a warehouse that blew up, that we're being framed for it, and that we probably need to lean into their um, prejudices to scare them off, and that tonight the evil spirits of the quarter moon are out in force.
Quarter moon spirits? We're going with that? All right.
They lean into their prejudices. We need to get them out of here and make them believe that we didn't have anything to do with it. You know they're going to scapegoat us for this.
Did my
And we're
sister blow up a warehouse? Loki? Is that what she did?
No, no, no. We had absolutely nothing to do with that. This is a total frame job, and we need to
It was the dwarves.
scare them away.
The dwarves blew up the warehouse.
what he said.
Thanks, Phoenix. Phoenix, go back, sit over there in your chair. And she points like a little tiny chair that's probably like propped up against one of the caravans.
What?
Like over there, over by the big wagon. Yeah. Lydia, what else is she gonna do? She's probably going to she's gonna kind of say across the campfire, "You weren't tied up in this. This wasn't one of your harebrained business ideas, was it, Vaclav?"
I spread my hands, like what could you do? And I give her a rueful smile. I think I have a little basket of like habanero peppers that I've just been like eating them like popcorn.
Oh, that's right, the spice and stuff. Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you badgering Vaclav on New Year's? Come on. Come on.
It's New Year's
She's like,
already. I need to buy you a
it's actually
calendar.
New Year's.
All right. She looks around and sees if there's anything else looking for anything else like not right, and she'd say, Sharut, go cover up your window over there. There's got some inside. And Sharut would kind of like run over to the front of the caravan and like pull the blinds closed a little bit and maybe turn them inside out so they like turn black with whatever dripping red scariness along the outside. And Lydia would kind of like be over here.
In front of the fire, I draw a big sigil and with a quarter moon and I don't know, something ominous.
Oh, cool. Okay, in the dirt.
Yeah, and then I start playing my lyre and singing.
Something minor key.
Yes.
Sure. Can you do a performance check?
Sure. Well, that was not fantastic.
Kevin, if you actually sing it in character, I'm sure Dan would give you inspiration for that.
Oh, right. I'm supposed to be giving out inspirations. I forgot about that. That was Travis's request.
So performance is an 8, and God, if I could think of something to sing. Haven't quite fleshed that out of this character yet.
No, I don't think I would give advantage or something like that necessarily.
That was a joke.
Yeah. So don't feel like pressured to do that. Cool.
No,
I've
dude,
actually been
dude,
running it through my
you
head.
feel
I'm
it.
just not on the spot creative the way that some of you are.
That's okay. Okay.
So
Then-
Dan, I'm going to establish too that I've invoked as the guys are approaching. I've invoked a silent image over the campfire. I'm not really doing anything with it right now, but I can change it from round to round to make things happen.
Cool. So it's like an
I'm
empty silent image right now, or
At the moment, yeah.
cool. Yeah, there is a group of watch that is kind of making their way into the caravan. We'll say that it goes east of here. I'm going to kind of explain what we're seeing, and then they're going to be approaching. I've labeled like the watch from like 1 to 8, I think, as just like general watch members that you might know or might not. It's not the 2 that you knew from the border crossing or the gate crossing are not part of it. You probably know some of them if it becomes important. There is one of the watch members that broke the cart, the one that you were shouting at earlier, is in the grouping, and he has a huge scowl on his face. You would recognize that the red is the Baron, who is dressed in like a big flowing red fur coat over what his other clothes are wearing. And he is kind of continuing to he was shouting earlier, but as he's getting closer, he's just talking in a more normal voice with his men, but he has one of those voices that really carries throughout the space. And he's saying that they've really done it this time. I can't believe they blew up a whole section of our city. We need to defend our city from these demon-touched monsters out here. And he seems to be kind of stirring them up into a bit of a fervor. The one that I've marked in purple, you would know as the Watch Captain. And I have his name, but I wrote it in a way that I can't read my own handwriting. So let me see if I still have that. His name is Melrick. And he is a dwarf. And he is also the Watch Captain. There is also a character in the back that I've labeled as character dressed in blue. And none of you recognize this particular person. And it looks like the armor and the clothing they're wearing are very fine, very nice. And they do have a set of weapons strapped to their side and their back. And as well as like a little accoutrements bag attached to their side, like you might have in with all sorts of little herbs and tinctures or things of whatever but it looks a little more scholarly than what you have seen in typically in the city.
Does this person have no apparent gender?
It would be this person would also be this would be a woman. Yes.
Okay.
So I can add that in. That makes more sense than just general character.
Yeah, and I this is all scaring me as they're coming, so I'm going to cast Shalala on my staff.
Okay. And you're a druid?
Yes,
Perfect. Does that last for like a minute or 10 minutes?
it lasts for 1 minute.
Okay. And you're casting it now?
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
Oh, I thought it was a level 1. Yeah, then that makes
No.
sense. Okay. They kind of all walk up to here, and let's see. The Baron kind of steps forward a little bit and says, "Now you've done it, you tieflings! Sorcerers, you've destroyed a warehouse in the middle of the night. You can't be in this city any longer."
When he says that we destroyed the warehouse again, I'm just going to start yelling. Phoenix is going to start yelling. Fuck. Let's see. Would he do it or would he not? How much input from Loki would Phoenix have received about, like, don't give up the fact that we were there?
Yeah, I think everyone knows that part of it. No one's supposed to know that we were there when that happened,
Okay.
and that at least at the moment, the goal here is to scare them as they come in, that there's otherworldly things happening.
Okay. Never mind. Phoenix would keep his mouth shut.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, there'd probably be the whole, like, don't talk to the watch unless it's, like, one of your leaders or something, too, I could see.
Yeah, I was going to say it triggers him when they say it was us that blew it up, and he would yell, it was the dwarves. But I think that Loki would have overridden that by saying, don't say we were there. Don't say anything that says we were there, so.
For sure. And, Loki's been, like, working on ensuring that you understand that this is family, and we keep it in the family, and this is family time.
The Baron would say, who speaks for the tieflings tonight? And Lydia would kind of look to you, Loki, between the two of you, and she would stand up and tell everyone that stay calm, especially looking at Rosa again. Just let it pass. And Lydia would kind of move over towards the group. Hi, where it's here, it's just me, Lydia. Nothing's changed. Nothing's happened. And the Baron would be saying, everything's changed tonight. This time, the sorcery was felt all the way in the capital. We were sent a sorcerer hunter. And he would motion towards the woman in the back that is dressed in blue. He says, all you tieflings, get out here. We're checking for sorcery. Lydia would say, oh, okay, make it quick. And then she'd kind of motion everyone else to kind of move up to the group. Would the rest of you follow?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, follow her, like,
Yeah.
we just be hanging out.
The leader is telling you to do it.
Vaclav, are you coming up too?
Sure.
And Phoenix, are you going?
Yeah.
All right. The woman would kind of move up to the front, and it looks like she kind of uses some kind of magic spell that she casts, and then like a little bit of like a brightness kind of goes through her eyes as she kind of looks to each of you, and kind of does like a little bit of a look. And she would back up to the Baron again and say, kind of like whisper to him, but not quiet enough for you guys not to hear it. And she'd say, there's tieflings. There's always a little bit of sorcery, but nothing out of the ordinary. And the Baron would say, they're all sorcerers. Did you hear that? There's all magic on all of them. But she,
Hey, that's not what you said.
How dare you question me? And he would point to you, Vaclav, in particular. You dare
You're a
talk
liar.
and he would motion to the watch that's right next to him, and he'd say, "You two, arrest that one." And then they would approach you, Vaclav, with kind of like approaching you, but it looks like they're a little bit wary.
And I call out that Baron, be worried. You know this is the quarter moon, and using thaumaturgy. No, I warn them. You know what happens when you enter our camp during the quarter moon, and just warn them. You're not going to come in here tonight. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I'll come meet you.
Sure. Are you intimidating or persuading?
A little bit of both.
Sure. Which you want to roll?
It's actually the same for me. I
Okay,
think.
perfect.
Question: Have any of us been arrested before, or what happens to people that do we know what happens when they're arrested?
Good question. You would probably know that typically you're arrested and like held for a while. Sometimes it can be like a long time, up to like a couple days or even a week. Sometimes a bribe helps people get out earlier. Sometimes there is a little bit of beatings that go on with people being arrested. So it's not like horrible, but it's not like a pleasant experience. Usually it's only like 1 or 2 people that get arrested, not like a threaten to like arrest everyone.
Okay.
Dan, I'm gonna slowly walk backward as the guards walk forward. Basically, like I'm sort of trying to force them to come into the ring of wagons in order to arrest me, and also to walk between the other tieflings.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Loki, 18 persuasion.
Yes.
And yeah. And when you say that, you'd hear a couple whispers from some of the watch, and they would be saying, "Oh, the quarter moon spirits! I didn't know that was tonight." And it seems like a lot of them will actually like take a step back away from the caravan, especially the ones on this side. The ones that were approaching Vaclav, kind of like freeze for a moment and then kind of look back behind him again. And the Baron looks around and kind of reads the crowd a little bit and says, "Well, when the moon sets in the morning, your powers will be nothing, and we'll come back in the morning then, and then all of you will be arrested. Dirty tieflings."
On what grounds? I yell.
Using sorcery within the Emperor's lands, of course.
And I'll say, "Yeah, come back for breakfast."
Yeah. Hang on 1 second.
And I call out to the Baron, it's not our powers, it's the quarter moon spirits in this part of the land. You know this.
The woman who was dressed in the blue was whispering with the Baron a little bit about about things. She kind of like quickly, like sharply turns her head back towards the caravan and says, "Wait, there might be something here." And then goes to step forward, and the Baron turns to her. "I think waiting till the morning might be best." And the Baron again says loudly, "In the morning, we'll come back with all of the watch, and we'll tear this place from top to bottom and find what it is that you stole, or find the sorcery, not what you stole, find where the sorcery is hidden." And they would,
I kept.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm sort of taunting Watch 4 and Watch 7, like because they stopped, right? They were advancing to arrest me, and then they stopped. So I'm like making little like baby crying motions, and you know.
I go up to the Baron and ask him, how does he like his eggs, and does he prefer bacon or sausage?
As you do, he kind of kicks you squarely in the chest and knocks you backwards. "Get away from me, you filth!" What's your armor class?
My armor class is 16.
Yeah, square kick. That's 4 damage, and he kind of shoves you back onto the ground.
I go, "Don't touch him!" And I'm going to rush forward at the Baron. I'm sure I'm going to be intercepted by the Watchman.
Do you
Yeah,
have
definitely.
a reaction?
Not that I know of.
Look under your
Yeah,
actions.
if you kind of charge forward or in kind of this direction, the watch would definitely like stop and intercept you and like stop, but not hit you, but like stop your running, if that makes sense.
So I kind of try to like leap over them basically to get to Phoenix.
Yeah.
So like I'm imagining the two of them kind of catch me between them, and I'm like
Yeah, do an
swinging it,
opposed.
like
You make an athletics or acrobatics to try to get by.
sure.
Yeah, and like as soon as I can gain my composure, I'm going to look at the Baron and say, "Ouch! Not nice!" And again, a Wisdom save against 11.
Jeez,
Okay.
you're gonna do damage to the Baron?
It overwhelms me. I'm 12 years old.
Oh my gosh! All right.
I use, as Vaclav is going over him, I'm going to use Thaumaturgy just to cause the ground to shake.
Okay.
Just
Vaclav,
an
your athletics
intimidation.
13. They do manage to stymie your progress. You're not able to like push through them. They're not attacking you or anything. Phoenix, the Baron seems to save against your spell.
Okay.
But he'll say to the one, "The little one, he attacked me. Take him away." And the two.
I don't think when I do that, I don't think it like alerts anyone of anything.
My understanding was
Say.
anytime you do something to someone where they may make a saving throw, they are aware of it, and that's my understanding of our established like table rules, unless I'm wrong.
Okay, no, that's great.
And the Watch 4 and the Watch 7 would grab you, Phoenix, and drag you away, or at least attempt to
They're
drag
struggling
you.
with me, right?
A good point. They're probably going to continue pushing you away, and then these other two will grab you, Phoenix, and kind of like try to drag you away back to with them. Are you going to let them grab you, try to nod, or what do you?
No, I'm going to try and run away, and as I am, well, is that going to take an action to try and avoid being caught?
We're not like quite in combat ish. If
Okay.
you tell me your intentions, I'll try to match it as best.
I was just going to try and run away. If they do catch me, I have something that I'm going to do.
Yeah, I'm imagining he said grab him, and then you're kind of like trying to get away before they get close enough to grab you. So
Yeah.
You could do athletics or acrobatics to try to be quicker than them, or to slip their grab.
That's definitely going to be acrobatics. Let's go. Come on, another 20. I am going to use. Fuck, I don't have anything. We don't have an inspiration yet, do we?
Some people do.
Nope.
I thought.
I don't.
I'll give you my inspiration.
Okay. Thank you. Because that was very cool. Oh, that's not any fucking better, really. 8 acrobatics.
8 acrobatics. They both manage to kind of grab you as you're kind of struggling up from the ground, and the group starts to move back away. The 2 watch that. Let's see. Had Vaclav, are you still struggling against them, or are you letting them go? I guess so they're gonna start moving back.
Um,
And I guess let me check in
Winter-
with Rosa and Loki because they're also there, and Winter is watching from the tree. If there's anything that any of you would do
Yeah.
as you kind of see this,
Once they grab Phoenix, Winter's gonna cast Entangle centered on the Baron.
entangle.
God.
That's where the ground gets all hard to move through.
It starts grabbing, yeah, I'll post it. Grasping weeds,
Oh,
vines, and ground. Grab at everybody.
oh yeah, it makes them. Oh wait, it restrains them and it's difficult terrain. Okay, it is a 20-foot square. That is annoying because I can't make those as easily. It's okay. We'll do. That means if this was a square, this would be the size. Do you can
20 foot
move it if you
radius.
want, or I can move it. Sorry, what?
is it 20 foot?
Yeah,
20 foot on a
probably
side?
It
Oh,
says
it is
20
20
foot
foot side.
square starting from a point. Is that 20 foot like radius or diameter?
Well, it's a square. So,
So I thought it was 20 foot on each side. So I
Yeah,
just
Yeah, it's 20 foot on each side.
Yeah, then probably like that.
Perfect.
When the 2 watch grab me, I will. I'm gonna say, Sparks doesn't like this. He's not happy, and I am going to summon my primal spirit that is bound to my soul, and sparks will appear in the square.
What color
Directly.
would you like the token to be?
What's that? Red. It's got fire. Okay, so he is going to. Let me blow this up for a second here. Oops, wrong. Damn. Where are we? There's...
Oh, and Winter, can you put your spell save DC in the chat as well?
Yes.
Token. Sparks is going to appear right here.
Cool.
The spirit appears in an occupied space of my choice that I can see within 30 feet of me. Each creature within 10 feet of the spirit, other than me, when it appears, must succeed on a dex saving throw against my spell save DC or take 2d6 fire damage.
well,
Nice.
sorcery here.
Yeah, exactly.
Immediate sorcery.
It tips off the little kid, man. That's terrible. These guys are mean.
Perfect. So first, the entangle is what's kind of start us off. Phoenix, can you do a spell save for the entangle?
Would he? I wasn't sure. Would he be on the ground now, or would they have lifted him up so
Good
like
point.
he doesn't
Let's
get
have him
grabbed?
lifted up so he's not entangled. That makes
Cool.
sense. Then Watch 2 and the woman dressed in blue are entangled.
Okay, nice.
Dan,
And Baron, the Quarter Moon Queen, is not pleased with your presence. Let's all head home, and you and I can talk about this in the morning.
Let him go.
Yeah. With that, Rosa, you're approaching. Then with that, Sparks is summoned, and the 4 watch as well as the woman in blue are And is it like a little mini fire explosion, and then sparks is there from the end of it? Is that kind of what happens?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like as he materializes, it's like, you know?
Got it. Is that a
Little-
spell, or how does?
It's a
Like a wild
feature. It's
shape.
I use it instead of wild shape. I can use this
Oh.
feature.
Interesting. What's your dex saving? Your DC?
It's 13, which is weird because I don't know why the vicious mockery is coming in at 11 for a save.
It's based on your charisma.
Yeah, charisma versus wisdom.
Oh, that's why. Okay, but it's
Well,
listed as wisdom under mine.
It should be
because-
wisdom for
it's-
us, right? Because
You know what? Yeah, I think that it's just labeling it wrong. I've been playing that wrong. It should be a 13 because that is my charisma, but it actually says in the tiefling thing when you take it that you use your spell save DC. So moving forward, it would be
Yeah, I think the tiefling says charisma, but we decided you can choose what spell you want for your charisma, for your
Oh, okay.
tiefling related spells if you want.
oh right.
So that's
That's right.
why it's incorrect. It's correct with rules as written, but not how we want
Yeah.
to play. Perfect. Can you roll damage then, Phoenix?
Okay.
And Watch 7 is actually the only one that managed to save. The rest failed.
Wow. A maximum and a minimum 7
7?
fire damage.
Sure. So there's an explosion of fire as sparks kind of resolves to the middle. Can you describe what we see with sparks? Has the parties ever seen sparks before?
no.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I don't know if this is something you've had before or did you just get it with level 2?
No, I had it at level 1, but that was it. It came at level 1. So before that, I was just talking to Sparks and.
Got it. Well, the
Unless-
reason I
and-
ask is like you've been warning about the queen of the quarter moon, and then all of a
Right.
sudden this giant sparks creature comes out. I don't know
Yeah.
what. Yeah, what do we see? What does that look like?
So, okay, so what it is it's literally just a fiery spirit form of me. It looks like an identical twin of me. Same clothing, same stuff, same everything, except it's fire.
Okay.
And and you know, Sparks, okay, but Sparks, like, I'm like scared about all of this. Sparks is pissed because the way I'm playing this is I don't really call Sparks. Sparks comes when I need him.
Okay.
You know, like, so he's fucking mad and he just points at everyone that was hurt. He's like pointing at them. I don't know if he can talk or not. Let me see. Let's see here. Summon wildfire spirit. Spirit appears on occupied space. Spirit is friendly to me and my companions. Obeys my commands. Efficiency bonus. Blah blah blah. Humanoid figure. Well, yeah, it says while others look like beasts wreathed in fire. So it literally looks like me, just wreathed in fire, like fire's flowing around. I'm trying to think like cinematically, you know, it's like this inferno around him. And he just blasted everyone, and then he can start doing gnarly shit.
And now the Baron knows who started the fire.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. So that explodes outwards. The I don't think the plants are affected from the grasping vine, so that area is still entangled. Sparks kind of like appears that way, and the Baron yells out, "See, I told you! Look, the explosion! Everyone, get back!" And he, with the rest of the group, backs up. However, the
Are they still gonna hold him?
no, they let go of him. Select. Sorry, I'm having trouble selecting. They kind of like start backing up, and I forgot about our buddy Melrak here. He would kind of like say, "Baron, I think we should wait till tomorrow. Or wait till tomorrow before we engage anymore. This might not be safe for the men. And so the Baron will kind of be backing up. The two watch in that are kind of like holding Vaclav back, and it looks like Rosa. Are you pushing on them as well?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're going to take their hands back and like let you approach Phoenix and kind of like runish off to the side. The watch here also is going to go away. There is the watch 2 and the woman dressed in blue. They're both entangled for the moment, and they're unable to back up. So tell me, Vaclav, Rosa, Loki, Phoenix, what would you be up to if you had a round there or so? And I'll go from the epicenter out, so let me start with like Phoenix.
Okay, so these guys let go of me. I dropped into these vines.
Yeah, that's
now.
true.
So what do I have to do
It's
to
a
see if I can move them?
Strength saving throw of DC 12.
Okay. I rolled an 8 and I have a minus, so that would be a fail. So what I would do is
Actually, reading the spell, I think it's only if you're present at the casting, and then it is difficult terrain afterwards. Is that correct?
That looks like that's correct.
Because
Yeah.
it's only a level 1 spell, so I don't think it's like a permanent entangle. So
Okay,
you
cool.
actually just fall into difficult terrain.
Okay. So I'll say I would just be talking to Sparks at this point, and I would just tell him, thank you. You always come when I need you, and I'd say, let's go. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. We don't want to really hurt anyone.
Do you stay there? Are you moving towards
Nope.
the watch, or are you moving towards like Rosa, Vlaka, and
No,
Loki?
I am moving with Sparks over here to Uncle Loki.
Perfect. Rosa, Vaclav, Loki, Phoenix is running towards you with a fiery copy of himself that seems to have burned a bunch of guards.
I let him pass. I'm actually walking towards the lady in blue. We've never seen her before, but what I'm trying to get a good grasp of, like, who is this woman? She doesn't usually come here, and I point. Who are you? Why are you here? You're not part of the watch.
Are you moving closer?
Yeah.
Perfect. Can you make an investigation?
That
Not
is fantastic. 4.
4. Nice. Yeah. So you don't notice anything that I haven't already said. But you're saying, who are you? You notice, though, that her eyes that had turned like white inside and almost given off like a little bit of light now are like completely focused on the area around, in particular Sparks, the burning, and looking at the entanglement on the ground. And she seems to be like looking at everything kind of around that way. She does not reply to your question.
Huh.
I'm gonna move between Phoenix and the watch, and I carry 2 bamboo sticks on me, like green, heavy bamboo sticks. One of them, in the morning I've sort of bonded myself to, and then one of them I haven't.
Sure.
And so I grab the one that I haven't, and I menace Watch 4, and anybody else who gets near, and I go, yeah, see you tomorrow.
Nice.
They're running away, so you can definitely menace them additionally if you'd like.
Okay.
But are you trying to hit them, or you're just looking scared?
I think I throw the bamboo stick after them, like not especially trying to do damage or anything, but just like get out of here.
Yeah,
kind of thing,
definitely. Perfect. That Watch 2 is going to try to escape from the entanglement and fail again as well. Rosa, you were looking closer. Loki, what are you up to?
As Phoenix comes by, I trip him and tell him, like Phoenix, that was the worst possible thing. What were you doing? Behave yourself.
I didn't do anything. I've been telling you, Sparks gets mad. I told you, you guys never listened to me. I told you he was going to show
Like,
up.
Phoenix, you had no business running in front of the Baron.
I was
Learn your
asking him what
place.
I wanted
Learn
to.
your place. And I head over towards the woman
Don't
dressed
Sparks,
in
don't hurt
blue.
Uncle Loki. He's just trying to help us. If Loki turns around and looks, Sparks is pointing at him. um. So
He's like,
wait.
if this were a different age, I'd have you cutting a switch. And I'm gonna move up towards the woman in blue and say basically backing Rosa and what is happening? Why are you here?
I'm pointing at the woman in blue. She's the sorceress!
Nice.
Got it. Hang on, let me come up with a little name.
Walk up through a bamboo stick. Right. I'm not trying to hurt anyone.
Yeah, just as like I get out of here and whatever.
12-year-old. I guess Uncle Loki just gave him a little admonishment, though. So,
And so to the woman in blue, I ask her, what
Oh, cool. All right.
what are you doing here? There are no sorcerers in our compound. There never have been.
As you get closer, the Watch 2 unentangles himself and like bolts as fast as he can. He's tripping like through the difficult terrain because he's like not used to running on it. The woman dressed in blue. How long does grasping weeds last?
A minute, I
A
think.
minute. Okay, cool. She hasn't even like tried to break herself free from it. She's just still looking. Loki, you kind of ask her that, and she kind of like blinks away, and then her regular eyes come back. As you're getting a little closer to her, it does look like she has some elvish features, a little bit more gaunt, and her ears kind of show through the corners of her cowl that she has. She says, I'm not from here, no. I'm from the capital, Rivale. Exploring sorcerers that might be discovered and found, and it appears as though there's some magics that are contraband present in your caravan.
Say we're tieflings. We don't engage in sorcery. There's some magic we've all been touched by. Why are you? This has long been known. Why are you here now?
Something is different now. There's more power than was before. I'll see you in the morning.
There's nothing new in our lands, and there's nothing new within our caravan. Why is the Baron after this?
She kind of tears through the vines and steps like one spot closer to you, and she kind of sniffs like at you and looks at Rosa, Vaclav, and Phoenix like in turn, and says, "Some new power has been awokened, and this won't last. This won't be good for you four." And she will go to stride away, and What's she say? If you know what's best for you, you won't be here in the morning. And she'll run to catch up with the group.
Insight?
Can you tell me a little more about what you're looking for?
I'm looking to see if she is doing that as a threat or a true warning.
Sure. Okay. Make your check.
I'd like to try to incite the same thing. See if is that like a friendly you should go, or is that like a threatening one?
Yeah, definitely.
That's a 12 for me.
Mine was a little higher. 22.
Rosa, you got the sense that she was like speaking from her heart in a way that maybe she shouldn't have been saying. Winter, you get the same feeling, and as though that there's some like remembered darkness behind what she was saying. That it was like an urging of she doesn't want to have to do what she's going to have to do.
Okay.
And once the group gets a little bit farther away, the Baron kind of starts yelling again, and his voice carries about how we really showed them. Make sure those tieflings don't get into your city. There are sorcerers everywhere, and shouting through as he's like walking through the slums. We'll arrest them in the morning when their powers are weaker, and things, and kind of just shouting different epithets about how you're all demon touched and sorcerers and terrible for the village, and they'll finally be rid of your stink in the morning.
So I'm going to go over to Phoenix and Sparks.
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to say Lydia seems like deeply shaken by what she's seen. Go back. Sorry, Vaclav, go ahead.
Go over to Lydia. Phoenix and Sparks, and kind of hunker down like I do when I'm talking to Phoenix, and I say, hey, buddy, all right?
That really hurt. He kicked me right here. Look, and I'll show him the mark from fucking Baron's boot.
Yeah. Sounds like Adidas, right? That's no.
Yeah.
I go, that stuffed shirt, smoothhead moron. I can't believe he did that to you. And,
Yeah, I don't like when you call him a smooth head, but yes.
I'm sorry, Phoenix. You're right. Who's your friend?
It's not it's my best friend, but it's my brother Sparks.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I told you
Hi,
guys.
Sparks. No, it's the first time I've met him now.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's been around the whole time. He just doesn't really like to show off.
What do you think? Like, how do tieflings greet each other? I want to say it's like a hand over the heart. Like I put my hand on your heart and you put your hand on my heart.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I like that.
So I'm gonna do that to Sparks, even though I know he's on fire. But I'm fire resistant, so
yeah, he does the same to you. So, like the fire, it's only it doesn't talk about him actually like being on fire. It's just like he can do the fire damage, but then it doesn't talk about anything like in his space it's fire or he catches anything on fire. So I think that it's more of like it's because he's a spirit, so it's like a spiritual fire. So it's almost like sacred flame kind of thing, but it is actual fire damage when he does it.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do that to Sparks, and I'll say, nice to meet you, little buddy.
Yeah, so he'll do the same thing to you. He doesn't talk, but big shit-eating grin.
Yeah, and looking, I think you don't have it until the second level. So this would definitely be the first time
Yeah,
that you've ever been able to do it, which is I like that too.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's like immune to fire, and then it's there for an hour
Uh
or
huh.
until it goes to 0 hit points. Interesting.
And what's cool is it goes on my initiative and stuff in combat, and it takes me a bonus action to tell it what to do, which I'm still just gonna play it as though he's making the decisions because Sparks is his own person per se, his own intellect.
Yeah, got it.
But then if I go to 0, Sparks still stays around, and then Sparks just runs himself.
With Berserk.
Yeah.
No, it just he then he makes his own choices. So if I don't tell him what to do, he just does the dodge action. But if I go to 0, unlike a lot of others, if the PC goes to 0, then that thing is gone. In this case, Sparks, the spirit companion, actually stays and acts on its own.
Got it. Cool. Yeah, Vaclav and Phoenix, you guys were chatting. Winter, did you kind of come over? I was thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Lydia kind of would join, move a little towards the group as well, towards Rosa, and she'd say, "This time feels different. I don't know. I don't know what we should do," and seems very, very worried.
I tell Lydia, we can't endanger the family.
I know. What?
That woman, she definitely wanted us to leave and not to attack us in the morning.
Do we?
I look over at the group and I look back at Lydia and I say, I think I'm going to have to take my little group on a trip.
Star Lake's a dead town anyway.
But
Maybe
we need to get in.
We look at the world map again.
For the stuff.
Sorry, what were you guys saying?
Can we look at the world map again?
Yes, please. Yeah, we're over here at the Star Lake. There was.
We need to get in the spire and grab that thing that Tokos wanted.
What's that place down to the south?
Another city that I haven't
Okay.
labeled yet. we can go
Okay.
wherever we want.
No, I get it. So I just say, like, maybe they'll appreciate my noodles down in that city of gold domes there.
That's the city of gold domes is what is now south of us.
Can you remind me when Tokos was saying that he was looking for an artifact? Did he mention where we were supposed to find this?
Mm-hmm.
He
In the spire.
In the spire, but like, there's a spire in every major city.
not every major city, like about half to a quarter of them.
Exactly.
Winter's
So,
interpretation was it was our spire, but I don't know if that was correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I thought too.
He did. It wasn't like super clear if it needed to be your spire or any spire. I think he was mentioning your spire because it was closest, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it had to be that one. But you could interpret that however you wanted. There wasn't like a hidden meaning that you'd be in trouble for missing, if that makes sense.
Did he say it was in the spire or in the ruins?
I thought it was more in the bastion, and the spire just happens
Yeah.
to be next to the bastions in the cities. But you would
Yeah, I
know
also
that,
thought it was in the
yeah,
bastion.
in the base of every spire, there's typically like a bastion that is different, but the spires are all the same.
Right.
I would look over at you, Vaclav. I feel like we need to go on an adventure.
Yeah, how to get that item so we can get some power. Become
I
dragons.
grin and I go, hell yeah, Rosa, it sounds just right. But maybe we should get the caravan on the road tonight, and
Yep.
then we come back. We come back to the bastion.
Yeah. Dan, the caravan itself, in our culture, is it pretty much like we've seen in movies and shows and books where we can just kind of pick up and go? Or is it something that's going to be a big production? Like,
Sure. So what
days?
I'm imagining, and it's up to you guys as well, is that it is a caravan in the sense that it's all up on wheels and blocks, but I don't think you guys have moved in like a long time, so it might be a little more involved to like get going like in the next 10 minutes, but you could probably start getting going if you like pulled an all-nighter and like a couple hours everyone was getting to work, probably left behind some of the derelict caravans, pared down on supplies, and could get going. You probably could leave in like an hour and a half, if that's kind of what I'm imagining, or you could speed it up or slow it down depending on who's going, if everyone's going, if some are staying behind, or what it is that's going on, if that makes sense.
I'm wanting to help Lydia in keeping the caravan safe. That's our number one priority. Is there some sort of, fabled area of our world that is, kind of like our mecca, like where the tieflings go, or is there like a traditional area in our world that we seek refuge at?
Good question. I hadn't thought of one in particular. I'm almost wondering if it's like the what's that like cowboy song of like the where the good old Mountain Dew flows, where like there's always like a El Dorado or a space where tieflings can live free, and I feel like in every downtrodden group of people throughout history, there's always some perfect place. So whether or not it's a real place or not, I think there certainly is a story of that, if that makes sense.
Sure. Then I look at Lydia.
And if someone has a cool name for what like the tiefling mecca might be, I would definitely be open for suggestions. No, but we can come up with that in a minute. It doesn't have to be right now.
Yeah, I bring up like a childhood story with like maybe there's like some sort of nursery rhyme that our whole caravan, our family nursery rhyme, and I recite the line that has the space, like the in the where the moon meets the horizon on the tips of the mountains. I think it's time to go at least start seeking. And I look at Lydia like, let's get the caravan going. We can't be here in the morning.
And I'll tell Lydia, let's move. We've got to move everyone south, and we can return and continue to help the children as over in the next season. But whatever's going on right now, it's gotten way too dangerous for us to remain here.
Kevin, what I'll say, like meta style, is that in order to go south, typically you load your stuff onto a barge and then go down the river. There's not that many like roads that lead south because the lake is like the city's on the north part of the lake, and you can make much better time than you can like going through the jungle around the river. So that would be much more difficult going south. But your character would already know that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I thought that there were also roads that followed the rivers.
Mostly, you're right. I did say that earlier, but I was imagining with the lake, it's much easier to go on the water than it is to like go through like high jungle.
Okay.
But you'd have to like go into the city and like charter a boat and to like do that to go south, which you totally
Right.
could if you wanted to.
Maybe our wagons work as raft.
Could forward them. Yeah, that could be. I'm gonna say it's the Zorus is the name of the fabled tiefling city. And the rhyme that you mentioned, Rosa, where Zorus, you go there for freedom, whatever. I don't know. We can come up with that later. And Lydia would say that's just a childhood rhyme. That's not real.
I would state that don't be fooled, Lydia. Just because our people have passed down our knowledge through rhyme doesn't make it any less real. That's how we preserve our stories.
We're really leaving Star Lake? We've been here for so long. I thought we were done running.
Tiefling is never done running in this world.
All right. She would kind of like, put her fingers in her mouth and kind of let that whistle go and then go like, pack up, we're moving. And you'd hear like a chorus of voices inside. I think there's more tieflings than I have little circles for. But I think with that, there'd be like a flurry of activity. And some of the younger children would be like pushed awake and being badgered around as they're kind of like slowly waking up and grabbing things. And, kind of getting... I think there'd also be like some livestock you guys would have. I didn't have a spot for that. Like your oxen and your... maybe some horses or whatever, and your goats, and you'd be attaching some of those to the wagons, talking about like which ones were more salvageable than others. But I think that would like quickly start off. So
one thing? I am now running around with sparks.
for sure.
How would people be reacting to sparks, or to the presence of sparks?
I think is this... I guess I'm trying to decide if this is this like the first time that this has ever happened, or are these wildlife druids like a thing that occasionally does happen and people would know of it? And I guess this might be more of a me question than a you.
Yeah. There's that grove. I came from that grove that's nearby. So, I mean, my parents might be wildfire spirits as well. Maybe it's a thing, but...
That's a good point. Yeah, and I'm imagining that the Dahala over here, she's definitely a bit older, and tieflings do live to be like 100, 110. So she's kind of like slowly packing up her stuff, and she would probably recognize it immediately. Oh, your spirit's born, Phoenix. That's great to hear. Careful you don't let it burn any of the things you touch.
No, he doesn't burn anything unless he wants to.
Make sure that he doesn't do that. Can he lift things and help us pack? My back
No.
isn't the same as it used to be.
He's a spirit. He doesn't lift things.
Well,
You're
then,
funny.
Phoenix, you better lift twice as hard if you're eating for two now.
Dude, Spark helps me.
I'm imagining in the caravan, there's like a mix of people. We've got the ones that their whole lives have leaned into this belief of trying to get to, always having to be on guard and always having to be ready to go on the move, as our people have been. And then the others that have gone complacent and are just like, even now, like, well, you don't have to leave.
I think I might stay. We might. I'm almost thinking there might even be a caravan that stays. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're like the ones that like in New Orleans or down in Florida, and they're like, I ain't leaving for no hurricane. Ain't no hurricane took my house out again. I'll be fine.
I'll rebuild. Yeah, that's a good point. I think there would be a caravan that stays.
I'm gonna help with the older contingency, the ones like the lady Dharma. What was her name?
Valhalla.
Right. helping to get everything in check, and just kind of every time I'm passing by like Lydia or Vakla or even Loki, some of the older people, even just like as I'm helping. Have you ever heard of satyrs appearing? Like just trying to kind of get some information of why is this happening? And there's probably somebody within the caravan as we're packing up that has like a fascination that is akin to maybe not as much as Winter's fascination with dragons, but really knowledgeable about dwarves. And asking like, have you heard about a group of dwarves?
Let's go to Dahala first. As you're gonna go over and like help her clean up her stuff, and yeah, her wagon's pretty decrepit. It's been there for like a pretty long time. So you're probably trying to convince her that maybe she should go to another wagon, and she'd be like, I've been in here for 47 years in Star Lake, and I'm getting carted out in this wagon. And as you get closer, and you're kind of probably trying to convince her to go, she would say, "Oh, you do have that look about you. I haven't seen that in a long time. Is the power growing? Is it coming back?" And her eyes almost like glow a little more red as she says that. She used to have two horns. One of them kind of broke. She's never spoken too much about that, and the other one's still left.
I see. Gosh, there must be some word that denotes a respectful elder, like I'm gonna say Grandmere. What do you mean? What look?
Well, it's the touch of sorcery, of course.
And I kind of like look down, trying to see if there's something that stands out. You, off of me? Off of my sister?
No, honey, it's off of you. I knew a tiefling once that had it when I was much, much younger. His scent carried far. He was chased all across the land due to his powers. He could shoot flames and lightnings from his fingers and terrified any of the guardsmen that we were at.
When she says like the smell, like I kind of smell underneath. Oh, okay, Gramir. You'll have to tell me more about that. Hey, and I go to just kind of her words are kind of scaring me. And I'm like, I'm gonna take this over here now. Let me get that wheel, and I'll be back with one that's fixed.
She would also say, hang on, I'm remembering which temple. Is it the Temple of Foltus that I said was the large one in the city? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's the one that like follows the rule. Yeah, she'd be like, stay out of those temples of Foltus. They'll sense it right away. You'll never make it out.
Oh.
I want to go visit Loki if that seems down.
Yeah, definitely.
So as Loki's packing up or whatever, I come over and I say, "Hey, Loki,
What's up, Valklo?
who gave you the tip about that warehouse?"
It was
Oh.
a passer in the crap.
A pastor in the crap.
It was in the
Some tavern.
tavern. I'm trying to remember the name of the tavern. It was a traveler in the tavern.
Dragon
Seemed
something.
like a pretty normal
Dirty
person.
dragon, right?
The
Dirty
dirty
dragons.
dragon. That's it.
That's right. The dirty trick.
You didn't get his name?
Unfortunately, I did not. He didn't seem any out of the normal for. It was just a typical job for us.
Wasn't a dwarf, was he?
Was it a dwarf?
I don't
think
remember if we said. Thinking back, it might have been.
You know, it might have been, and he might have had. Was there anything distinguishing about him?
Make a like history or intelligence or whatever you think of if you're like trying to remember.
Sure. 11 and so 14 total. No, sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. 14.
Um, 14. There
Had
probably would have.
to, or a piece of jewelry. Or...
I'm thinking.
Like if
That's a really good. I'm gonna let me get some water
distinguishing
quick. I have a
scars
couple
or
ideas. I
anything.
just have to sort through in my head quick.
Okay. Be right back.
Need more spells.
Yeah, it was a ring that he had on his finger, and there was a like a little symbol on the ring, but you don't remember it very well, except that it had like some distinct lines on it, but you don't remember much more of the pattern than that.
And I'll fish into my pocket. I'm like, this is the bag of this is the money bag that he gave us, and um, does it have the symbol or anything on it?
Not on the money bag. Yeah.
I dump the coins out in my hand and look at them, see if they tell me anything.
Yeah, can you make an investigation?
Probably not. Well, that's a good roll, though. 18.
Yeah, you take a look. You were just looking over the coins that were in the like the chest, and Rosa was talking about how they're like freshly minted, and they had like a very distinct quality. Vaclav, you notice these coins are very different than that. In fact, there's some like of the little stamped faces you don't recognize, and many of them are very, very worn away.
Paid you with really old money, huh?
Huh.
I wonder where that could have come from. We can get from Rosa if she knows anything more. I don't think I would know any. Well, I don't know. As a bard and travel, maybe.
You certainly could. Don't you have a bard ability to know stuff, or is that a different thing?
Well, there's the
3.5.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
yeah. I was gonna say there's just jack of all trades, which gives me a bonus.
I
on
think
all.
in like 3.5 there was like a legendary lore thing that I was remembering.
Bardic knowledge.
Thank you, Bardic knowledge. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you can make a history and see if you know something that might be related.
Ooh, probably. Let's see. History for me is. What the hell is history there? Oh, it's +3. So 8 total.
8. Yeah, nothing aside from what Vaclav already mentioned that the money is very old. The gold coins even seem a little like heavier than you're used to.
I'll I'll take rubbings of the coins
Oh, cool.
and then give them back. All right. Guess I recover all my buried stuff, of course, and then I think I'm ready.
That's right.
What? Hey, quickly, how much did we get paid for this? What are the coins worth?
We didn't really talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So we had some coins in the chest, right? And then you had the coins for the job that you got.
Yeah, I want to know what was in the pouch that we got paid.
Yeah.
Oh, Phoenix only knew about his 10 silver pieces and the other 10 if the job went well.
So it was 10. So you're holding 10 silver pieces. Yeah,
That's all the.
that's what Phoenix knows.
Right.
So this is out of game. I'm just keeping a list of our worth.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking. I think in there, it would have been a pretty hefty bag. And I think I was trying to impress upon that. And that's part of, I think, why Loki didn't ask too many questions. So I'm going to say there was 125 gold in that bag.
Holy shit. Okay. Maybe.
Dan, after I left the Grandmere D,
Yeah.
I want to check in with the person in the caravan that knows a little bit more about dwarves.
Sure. We'll say Zeven does.
I'm going to ask Zeben, and I'm going to pull Winter over because Winter was the one who was underneath the window and was talking about the dwarves and the fire.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
Yeah, Winter's over.
Winter, tell him what you heard.
But when they set off the fire,
Yeah.
well, they just some dwarf yelled in Dwarven that they lost control of it. They don't know how to play with fire. That's what I know.
You speak Dwarven, boy?
What?
She says, like, can you speak Dwarven in Dwarven to you?
He said that to me, or
Yeah, Zeven did.
yeah, I'll speak back in Dwarven. Say yeah, of course. Dwarven's
Where'd-
easy.
Where'd you learn the tongue?
Just growing up talking to dwarves. My mom, former mom,
Yeah.
before I
former
was,
mom.
kicked out.
They lost the fire, huh? That's unlike dwarves. Back when I was out east, in the city there, they had these huge forges, hundreds of feet tall. They would build the most beautiful armaments and buildings that would scrape the sky. Doesn't seem likely that dwarves would lose fire like that. Check your ears, and she gives you like a gentle whap in the head.
I'll like wave her hand away and talk to Rosa again, and say Zervin doesn't know what is it female male?
I kept going between. I'm gonna go with female is what I'm gonna stick with.
Okay. She doesn't know what she's talking about, and then like I'll start to storm off, kind of.
Yeah, that's fine.
Huh.
The boy couldn't have heard
Okay.
that. Dwarves would never lose a fire like that. They're masters of the craft.
In this world, is there a specific, besides, I mean, clearly the world believes that tieflings have a tendency to lean towards like sorcery and wizardry. Among the tieflings, who do we think is that race or culture?
That is like the most sorcerer-like.
Yeah.
I think you might know that it is the tieflings. Would be my guess. Unless, are there other races or other species in D&D that have innate spellcasting? I guess gnomes might. Maybe you
Yeah.
blame the gnomes.
Gnomes,
That's what I was thinking.
elves.
Those are the other common ones.
The
There's a
elemental
lot of
people.
uncommon ones.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, while Phoenix is packing, I'm I've introduced Sparks to the other kids in the troop, and so Sparks has this thing that fiery teleportation, and each willing creature within 5 feet of it can teleport up to 15 feet, and then anyone that's left behind within that 5 feet takes fire damage. But I think he would be engaging the kids and bouncing around and kind of teleporting kids around, just he's excited to be with kids.
Is he burning them when he does it?
No, he's playing.
Okay, got it. Yeah, definitely. That sounds awesome. I think there'd be shouts from adults of "Hey, help pack! What are you wasting your time over there for? Come on!"
Yeah, and then blink, they disappear and show up somewhere else, which would just blow parents' minds, I think. So,
yeah. I'm guessing who's Phoenix's main watcher? Is that Loki? They might be telling Loki to get Phoenix under control.
Yeah.
I'm imagining. Yeah, who do you guys blame? I'm thinking I like blaming the gnomes. But there's not a lot of gnomes here. There might not be any. Those are more in the lowlands and the larger cities. Was you asking about that, Tabby?
Yeah. What is Lydia's doing? Is Lydia looking like she's packing up to go, or is she going to try to stay with the people in the caravan that's planning on staying?
That's a good question. I think she's packing up and she's getting ready to go with you guys too. She wants she has the scent of an adventure about her, and she is trying to convince any of the people that are staying behind. I think there's probably 3 or 4, but they're pretty set in their ways, and they're going to be staying back in one of the caravans.
I go up to Vaclav, and I let him know when we go, I think we need to break apart and fulfill the directive from the satyr.
Yeah.
Focus.
I think we get our people on the river, and then a few of us can come back and take care of that.
Make sure that Loki's aware of the plan.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm all for it. We need to get our people moving towards safety, and we need to head into that evil bastion. We don't.
And then I'm also letting Winter know.
I worry about what's going to happen in there. People don't make it out alive. Well, they just don't make it out.
And I intend to, when we're getting ready to go, I intend to tell Lydia the plan of our small little party on what we're going to do, with the emphasis on trying to break up the wagons so that it looks like we've spread apart, so that we want to distract anyone who's like gonna try and come and find everybody. And I'm
I don't know, Rosa. Do you think we should break up?
well from the caravan. I don't want them to be involved in what we're doing.
Well, we can leave our wagons and come back. I think all the wagons should stay together, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I'm
Oh, okay.
saying,
All right.
yeah, that's what I intend. And
Wait, now you're if you're with talking to Lydia and stuff, and she does say, you already blew up a warehouse last night, and now you're gonna go off on your own the next day. I can't lose you again.
I want to find out if is there a way that we can keep in touch with each other so that we don't lose each other.
Oh, I don't know if there'd be some ability or something. I'm thinking like an animal messenger or something might be a possible way to do that. That's like a level. You have to be a level 3 druid for that, or a level 5 druid, or a level 1
What's that for what?
for animal messenger. Isn't that a spell?
Let me check spells.
It is.
What spell level?
Spells, manage spell.
Second level.
Second. Oh, cool. So yeah, I think that probably Dahala is a druid, like a 3rd or 4th level druid, and
Oh,
she would be
shit.
able to do that.
Cool.
And then I explained to Lydia that family's always first, but something's amiss.
Family's first butt. Family's first butt. That's not how it goes.
And I said, that's what I'm saying. Family is always first,
Always.
which means that we have to protect the family while also making sure that there are no mistakes. We need to look forward, not just right in front of our noses. Something's wrong.
Yeah, we need to get out of here before something wrong happens to us.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then what?
Then
We'll get you
we'll
out,
deal with
and
it
then-
then.
No, we're gonna get stronger so we can deal with these problems ourselves, just like dragons do.
Winter. Yeah, I wish it was that easy.
It is that easy. The,
And I say Winter
the guy
has
told us. The fake satyr told us.
The fake satyr.
Yeah, the guy we talked to. Told us.
Now we're believing fake satyrs and fever dreams.
Why would we
Rosa,
call them
what's
fake
going
satyrs?
on?
and I let her know everything that happened. How one job turned into something that is off, and the tieflings are going to get blamed for it, but it's deeper than that, and there's more than meets the eye. It's not just some faulty accident. And I explain about the dwarves. I explain about weird artifacts. I explain about the weird connection between the job that we were hired to do is for Rule of Farms, which is new money, but we were paid in old money, and there's something wrong, and we have to get ahead of it.
Are you guys outside or in Lydia's caravan talking about this? I was
I
thinking
would
outside because Winter heard it too, or I feel like a lot of people are hearing it, your discussions, or yeah.
Yeah.
As you are, Dahala actually comes over again and says, "That's Satyr. Do you smell like honeysuckle?"
Did he?
You don't recall that.
Yeah. It wasn't a satyr. He was something else.
Something else. What was it?
Yeah. I don't know, some demon devil thing. I'm not really sure. He was really powerful though. He knows dragons.
What is the boy talking about?
Why are you saying that he was not real?
Sorry, so in meta style, Winter did go around the satyr and was peering carefully at him when everyone else was just talking to him, and for a moment seemed to peer as though through an illusion and noticed some fiery being for a moment, and then it went back to a satyr. And I think he's referencing that, but I don't think Winter shared that, and Winter
Right.
often makes up stories about things and talks about being a dragon, so I'm not sure if it would be totally believable, if that makes sense.
Right.
Phoenix believes Winter
Of course.
implicitly because Sparks.
Of course. No, that
Yeah.
makes sense. But I'm
And
not
I'm
sure
like,
if
what do
that brings a lot of credence to Winter's claim,
No,
unfortunately.
probably not.
And I'm like, Winter, I was there. He was a satyr, and he hands us this pipe
That's
flute.
not my fault. You don't have dragon senses like I do.
And then I'm like, oh, bottom line is, and I go, Loki, Loki, you're right there, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I think we all are.
I'm like, Loki, show her the pipe. The
Yeah,
flute.
I take out the flute, and like they gave us this for when the fire gets
When
really
you
bad.
when you take it out, Dahala gasps. How can you not feel it emanating from that? And she kind of just puts her hand close to it, as though the
shit.
fire is burning her.
But
See, that was
it's just the
Tokos'
flute
thing.
to
He
call
gets-
the satyr when the fire's really bad. The fire hasn't been bad.
That's not just an ordinary pipe, Loki. That's something incredibly powerful. It's filled with sorcery.
Like,
Cool.
and we're supposed to use it when the fire gets really bad.
Well,
And then I look at Grandmere and I'm Grandmere Dala, and I say, Dala, what have you seen this before?
not that pipe, but just the power, just the far-seeing implications. I think something's marked you, all of you, and she kind of points to the five of you.
I pull out the amulet that I have in my pocket,
Right.
and I'm like, know anything about this?
It's beautiful, but
And
it's not emanating the same power.
I kind of oh, good. I look back at Lydia and I say, see, Grandmere Dala is saying there's something different between us. I don't think our presence in the full caravan is going to be a positive thing for the family until we figure this out.
Fine.
We'll get-
Do what you're going to do anyway, Rosa. That's what you always do.
And I
Might as well take that one with you. And she points at Vaclav.
Do what we have to do, Lydia.
Well,
In the
fine,
meantime-
help me pack or get out of my way. And she kind of pushes you aside as she goes to grab something that she definitely didn't need to push you aside for.
So I take a deep breath and I start helping everybody pack, knowing that I think we should come up with a plan of making sure the caravan is safely on its way. Are we taking apart the wheels and forging the?
Yeah, so
Or
sounds
you-
like
for the-
we're committing. So my next question is what's the direction? Is there any meta things that I can help you with knowledge of the world about helping with your decision, or what are you thinking about there? So it sounds like we're packing up as many caravan pieces as we can. You guys are going all together, and then you guys are going to double back and then rejoin. Is that the current plan? Okay.
and so let me ask some things
Please.
out of game from the party. Loki, Vaclav, who else is like really working on the plan? Rosa, I guess. Like, we're planning on going to the spire that's within Star Lake City.
Yes.
Well, it's the ruins. There's ruins around the base of the spire. We're going.
Yeah,
to
but
those
don't
ruins.
you have to go like through the city to get to the ruins?
You do,
Yes.
yes.
Or
We will.
okay, so now this is a question for Dan. Do you think that 12-year-old Phoenix, who has high wisdom, not necessarily, he has, a 12 intelligence, I think, but has 16 wisdom. Yeah, I mean, a 12 intelligence coupled with a 16 wisdom. Would he have the presence of mind to make the suggestion to the party? And also, would he have heard this when Tokos was saying it's in the spire? Like, do you think that Phoenix would have had the presence to take that as a spire? Like, because and this is what I'm getting at is I want to know if you think it would be too meta or if it's not meta for Phoenix to say, hey, what if we went to that spire in that abandoned city rather than try and go to the city where they're going to try and murder us?
No, I think that is definitely something that Phoenix could suggest.
Okay.
I think the clarity of a 12-year-old mind might make that even more obvious, is what I'm thinking.
Okay, cool. So we've got all this stuff going on. And everyone's talking about we're going to come back and go to freaking City Star Lake Spire, and through other words, I don't want to act it all out, but Phoenix would present to the party, hey, I didn't hear him say it had to be this spire. Why don't we go to the spire in Gillimore where there are no people wanting to murder us?
And then I would interject with what makes you think that that's, why wouldn't it just be in Gillimore? We're in Gillimore.
No, we're not in Gilmore.
I mean, we're in Starlake. What makes you think that it's not the one that's right here? He appeared in Starlake.
Yeah, he appeared. He's magical. Something weird. He's like old Fae thing, whatever. I don't know what we know about Fae and all that. But like, he didn't say it was that spire. He just said a spire. Maybe it's in any spire.
And
So I'm sorry. Are we retconning things so that he said in the spire, not in the bastion?
No, it's there's always a bastion by the spire, so we can just say that it was in the bastion. But it's I think the question that they're deciding is it the specific bastion that's in Star Lake, or can it be any bastion that is attached to a spire? Because spires always
And
have
as
a
far as-
bastion near the base.
Are we aware that there is like you can go into a spire?
You've heard that, but you've known that like it's super dangerous, and most people that go in are never found again. But there are like openings in like doors that will go down into bastions. Yes.
Okay. Into spires.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
think we
calling
should.
the base of it is like a bastion, and that changes in different spaces. But in the center or attached to every bastion, there's always a spire that is exactly the same across the world. And the spire is the central piece, but the bastion is like the building that it like grows out of, if that makes sense, or is attached to.
Okay.
are all of the spires within the bastions made of like rock or
Yeah,
like
they would be like super sleek, this black rock kind of a thing.
and is it very like the architecture is very different?
Yes, ancient. And it doesn't seem to fit with any of the architecture styles that are still around.
Does it age?
No.
Ugh, okay. Creepier and creepier. Fun. Yeah, I want to make sure that it is known that Rosa has not explicitly stated in and around Lydia any of the family or the party that I'm involved with is going to be entering any bastions or spires.
What?
Wait, say that again.
Yeah, like
What are you trying to say?
I don't want the rest of the caravan, especially the leader of like my sister, knowing that I'm planning on entering something that people don't come back out
So
of.
you're telling the party, don't say shit about us going into a bastion or spire.
Around
Got
our
it.
people. Yeah. I don't need them
Yeah.
freaking out.
Got it. Okay. Man, there's a lot we can't talk about. This family business is crazy, Uncle Loki.
Mhm.
And I say, that's adulting.
We're all tieflings here. It's part of life, Loki. Sorry, Phoenix.
Are there... How close are we to getting the wagons forded on the rivers?
On the lake.
On the lake, sorry.
Right. So then, I would imagine that it's probably fairly difficult to get a wagon that's been sitting for 20 years into like ship shapedness to float across like a 20-mile wide lake that supposedly has krakens in it if you go into the water to join the river going downstream. However, you certainly could go that route if you'd like. You would have to bring them to the water and like test them out and do some like crafting checks on that and like prepare them for that if that's your goal and what you're thinking. Usually there's like big flat barges that you would kind of like load the caravans onto in the port of Star Lake that would then carry them to the river, and then you'd get off on the river and then get on the flatter road going south.
I want to check in with Lydia and find out which way she wants to take our people.
You're the one making us pack.
Rosa, I think we got to float the caravans. If we try to get a barge, that means going into the city, going to the docks, and we don't want to get caught there at dawn or before it even. Unless anybody knows barge.
Right. Are there roads out of here at all? Or
Yeah, there'd be a road going towards Gillimore to the northwest, and there'd be a road going to the northeast to a couple of the cities that are higher up in the mountains into the more dense jungle. I just don't have a name for those, but we can always... I can add one if we're thinking about going that route. So it seems to me there's like 3 basic directions that you could go. You could go on the road towards Gillimore. Gillimore is abandoned as of about a generation ago. There's another city at the connection of 2 rivers north of us. I can give us a name for that. You can also, there's the Pomore, which is a larger city just south of Star Lake, and the city of Gold Domes, which is kind of in the rolling hills over that doesn't have a distinct river connection. But those roads are at the southern end of Star Lake that you usually take a boat across because it saves you a bunch of time going through the jungle.
And it was the Emperor that sent the people to come looking for magic, right?
Correct, and the Emperor is in this city down here, which I have a name for it somewhere. I just didn't put it on the map.
No, that's okay. If that's the case, then why don't we direct the party to head to the northern city if there are roads that they can take and they don't have to go across the.
Hello.
I mean, the goal is really to just get everyone out before.
We got to get out of Dodge. Like,
yeah. So, and headed north is probably the Emperor has less and less power the farther you get away from the head
Typically,
city.
yes.
Right? So, let's get everyone moving north. And
So, Kevin? Are you talking about the city that doesn't the city that doesn't have a name, or the city
that city has a name. It's called North Fork.
North Fork?
North
Yeah.
Fork.
So you're talking about North Fork?
Yes. Let's get everyone going to North Fork.
No, North Fork. Knopperfork. Yes.
Um,
Get everyone headed out towards Norfolk.
And you said that, Dan, you said that there's mining up in the hills that direction, right?
Yes,
So that means that there's probably more dwarves up that way,
probably more. Yes.
which might help with our whole, like, whatever's going on with freaking dwarves.
okay.
Got it. So
All right.
headed
Vakla-
towards North Fork on the road is the goal.
Yes.
I'm gonna
For the caravan, right?
For the
Uh-huh.
caravan.
I'm
And
going to persuade Lydia that we head north and try to find a safe space for the greater family to kind of hunker down until all of this blows over. But it's just regardless of whatever space we're heading towards, the bottom line is that we can't stay near Star Lake. It's just too dangerous.
And to essentially like get away from the emperor, right? Because this whole anti-magic thing, kind of, we know its origin is at the emperor
Yeah, let's go.
of the
perfect. That sounds like where our plan is. That then the caravan's going north, up to North Fork, following the
Yep.
road that is along the river, and the party is staying behind and going into the bastion that's at the base of the spire here, or are you planning on? There is another spire up north in the mountains that you know of, and there's also another spire slash bastion over in Gillimore, or are you trying to get to the back into the one in Star Lake? Just so I think we'll probably be coming to an end, but I want to know what I should plan for next time, because I can't plan all three spaces. I mean, I could, but I'd rather not.
whichever
Winter
one
wanted
you
to go
plan,
into this
we'll pick
one
something
because
different.
this was the
Phoenix.
one that he thought Tokos was talking about. So Winter would be pushing to go into the one here.
Got it.
And Phoenix is definitely offering his opposition to going into the city filled with Watch and Lady in Blue and a Baron that all are trying to murder us.
And what's the alternative that you're saying, Phoenix?
Phoenix's thought was Gillimore because there's nobody there. We know it's abandoned, so, and it's supposedly a nice place. It's just abandoned. Why not look for it there?
And you'd say take the whole caravan to Gilmore, or like
Nope.
split and
Nope.
go.
Us.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Just us. Not even our caravans. Like our caravans move with the caravan. I'm talking caravans as in like they say in England or whatever, but
Yeah.
basically our wagons go with the caravan and we go to Gillimore, but we could also go to North Fork and then continue on to that other one up there.
Got it. So like, what is our current intention as we set out? Are we getting on like the northeast road or like the western road?
All right, Vaklov, Rosa, where are we headed? I'm not opposed to trying this at Gillimore, but that satyr, he sure seemed like he was talking about the one in Starlake to me.
Yeah. I also thought that. I don't know if Phoenix is hinting that all the obelisks are connected, and maybe they are, but I've never heard that. So yeah, I was
So,
thinking if we're looking.
To be clear, Phoenix is not saying he's right. He's just afraid of staying in Starlake, and is like, why not try something else rather than just, let's go meet our impending doom. That's
My
In game, not out of game. I don't give a shit what we do.
My vote is for Star Lake.
The Star Lake with caravans to North Fork.
Yes.
Yeah, caravans leave
Mhm.
for North Fork, and we double back and return to Star Lake.
Got it. Is that sounds like that's
Two-
consensus?
Well, that's
Besides
two
the
Star Lakes. What do Rosa and
Yeah.
Loki say?
Loki already said Star Lake.
3 Star Lakes. That's it then.
Or Winter? Does Winter have a preference?
Winter said Starlight.
He said Star Lake.
Cool. So then perfect.
Rosa has no argument.
No, Rosa would have said Star Lake. Her first priority is making sure that the caravan gets away. And she views the ability to get the caravan away and safely hidden and on their way. Us doubling back is a tactic not only to get back to Star Lake to get into that the bastion, but also to buy time to get things to cool down and to kind of remove the traces of where our caravan is heading. I don't want anybody in Star Lake knowing where my family is going.
Got it. So you're not necessarily doubling back like in the same night tonight. It might be that you're going for a day or two and then coming back, or are you doing it tonight?
My hope is in a day or two because I want to make sure that the family is safe. And also, we need to, as a group, prepare, start thinking about how we're going to get through the bastion because isn't the bastion guarded by the paladins that are awful?
No, I don't think I didn't mean to say that if that was the case. They're in their temple.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, there's no one around the bastion because people who go in don't come out, right?
Right. There's probably like, a wrought iron gate over it, but not like somebody guarding it or blocking it, that kind of a thing.
Dan, question. So looking at the map, on the world map, Star Lake is at the north end. City of Star Lake is at the north end of Star Lake.
Yes.
But then on the City of Star Lake map, it has the river flowing out of it. It is the city map actually supposed to be facing the other way?
Inverted.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Okay.
It's one of those
Cool.
maps where the south is up.
Yeah. In my
South
head, it was
is up.
definitely not the other direction.
Okay, got it. So
I think that's our warning. South is up, and we all attack.
south is up.
Got
The
it.
spire
So,
is haunted.
taking
No,
the-
south is up.
Taking the caravan, going north for a couple days, go making good time, and then the 5 of you are going to break off, go back, try to get into the city, presumably at night, get into the bastion to follow Tokos's directions of what he said to do.
Correct.
Cool.
Yes.
And then I would imagine, ideally after that, re-meet up with the caravan, resettle, or wherever the narrative takes us in that case.
Correct.
Cool. Okay. I'm going to write that down before I forget. Caravan going north.
Dan,
Yes.
are dinosaurs extinct in this setting?
They are not. There actually are some within the jungles.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. So that will help me for what's going on as we're all packing up and going. I don't think I'm going to have any rolls for that. I'll kind of know our plan, and then, yeah, we'll pick up as the caravan's leaving. It was like 10:30 when you guys got back, so it's probably like around midnight that you're rolling out as you're going. And actually, that reminds me, if I must have had this city in my head. The city was always on the north, so I must have just had it backwards in my head, which is so funny because you guys are actually on the northeastern road. Then that would be leading toward North Fork, so you could just get on the road there and start going.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right.
And not have to like go through even the slums, or you could just turn all your lights off and basically when the
Yep.
sun rises, you'd be gone.
And we could also get boats or some kind of flotation devices and float our way into the bastion on the river.
I didn't even. That is very clever. Totally could.
Yeah, that was my thought too.
Phoenix would say that to the party, also saying, since we're using this terrible idea of going into Star Lake, we should float in there.
Cool. Then with that, now that I kind of know where we're going, I'm excited for that. If I could have a little rosebud thorn for our session today. And first, I apologize, Travis, that I didn't give out any inspirations. I'm gonna have to remind me at the beginning next time so that I can like try to do that, because I think there were a couple points actually I would have done.
Yeah, you can do it right now for
I might
Smart.
have to remember. I don't know if I have them in my head right now.
I'll tell you one. Sparks appearing, perfect timing.
As you like almost
Yeah, that was
got
perfect.
the Baron to like kill you, I thought for
Yeah,
sure you were
dude.
gonna be arrested, and then
It's
our whole thing was gonna be
character
breaking.
inspiration. That I couldn't have played that more in character. That was like
Yeah,
as
that's
in
fair.
character as
That
it
was
could
pretty
get.
good.
Yeah, I was worried that the whole scene was going to turn into a prison break.
I definitely thought that was gonna be the plan.
I did too, to be honest. I was like, cool. Then burn my way out of prison.
Would have been a very bad wake-up call for Phoenix about
Yep.
injustices. Where it'd be
Yes,
like,
it would've.
they're being really mean. Like,
Yeah. Me.
Loki was just about ready to say, well, he's got to learn somehow. Maybe the prison beating's what he needs.
Yeah.
Scared straight.
Exactly.
Sweet. All right, I'll just go for it off the cuff. Rose was definitely getting to bring sparks out
Mm.
and present them, especially in that way because I am, just so you guys are aware, like that's how I'm playing it. Is Sparks shows up when you know Phoenix needs him. Phoenix doesn't necessarily call him. And also the vicious mockery, because it's not really part of anything druid, it's part of my tiefling thing. The vicious mockery is just when someone hurts me or when I'm mad, I say things like condoningly, and it just happens to be something that can hurt people. So I don't even know that I really do that. That Phoenix does that intentionally. He's just speaking his mind.
Got it.
So it probably will happen at inopportune times. He's a 12-year-old.
Makes sense.
Bud is obviously coming back to the Bastion. That's awesome. Great choice from all the idiots to, get us all the way to level 2 and then start a new campaign. That's great. No, but I think that's going to be super cool, super fun. We're going to have to do it like stealth. Have you guys seen Band of Brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone remember when they get on the boats and they have to float across that river to go storm that freaking fort on the other side and capture the prisoners and bring them back?
Yeah.
Like, that's totally what I'm seeing. It's cool, like, commando infiltration style.
Except with a
Thorn.
12-year-old tiefling.
Yeah, right. Thorn. Thorn is I don't know. I don't really have a thorn too much. Thorn was. Thorn was that I wasn't playing the right DC for the Vicious Mockery. Now, would that have turned bad for the party? Probably so, but still, it was lame that I was using 11 instead of 13.
Cool. Do you have a play of the game?
Play of the game, I think, was play of the game goes to Kevin, to Loki, for Kevin actually like playing the bard and being the face of the party, which is so unexpected. Like, I think that's great that you went and talked to the Baron, and like you actually talked the Baron down and bought us time. Even though shit happened after that, but we still had the time, like they didn't just come in and like round everybody up, Gestapo style and drag us off. So that was great thinking about the power of the goddess of the quarter moon and all that stuff, So yay to Loki for being a good bard. He's like the most straight man bard ever. He's like, I don't really perform, I just speak. It's the power of my voice.
Exactly. I'm a charming bard.
Exactly.
He's like a spoken word bard. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Hey, he's Henry Rollins. He no longer will sing. I will not sing anymore. Only spoken word. Like, that's the only way to convey my message. If you guys don't know Henry Rollins, he was Black Flag lead singer and will not sing with the band ever again. It's vowed against it.
Wow.
Cool. Anything else, Travis?
Nope.
Sweet.
Cool, I can go. I had a couple roses. Like, I loved how, Dan, that you played the Baron and the Watch, and that like they're scared of tieflings, and it just reminded, like, it felt real because they don't have magic and they're like terrified of us, even though they could probably wipe us out. And I like that everyone else played into that. It was really cool. And then just bringing up, the conversation about okay, yes, about that Tokos wasn't actually a satyr, and no one's like believing him, and that was kind of fun to do as well. My bud was, I want to get this mysterious item and get powers. I think that's what I want for winter. So looking forward to that. I don't really have a thorn. Play the game. I thought the manifestation of sparks was the play of the game for me. It was really well done and pretty cool in character. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Ken.
Sure. So for me, the rose was trying to play more of the bard head face of the party kind of thing. Like, playing charismatic characters is not me. So I am trying a lot harder, and I'm actually enjoying it a lot. I don't think I'm all that great at it yet, but I'm hoping that as character forms up a little bit, that maybe that I'll have more ideas and directions to help that come quicker. But yeah, I thought it was really fun playing the bard and like trying to set up to keep the Baron and the party away from us, because I mean we were way outmatched, and like knowing that clearly wasn't going to be a fight that we were ever going to survive. And I think that was that was pretty obvious, the setup there. But I was also looking at like everything going, yeah, a fight here isn't the thing, but we might be able to come out of this. I expected us to get a little bit beat up in the camp tossed is what I was expecting to have happen, and like just trying to minimize the damage and impact of that and the impulsiveness of some of the party that would come with that. So on the whole, I think that that went better than I expected and was a lot more fun than I thought it was gonna be. So I'm happy with the way that went. As far as Thorn, I don't know if there was anything other than like the it would a 12-year-old child go charging in like that. I mean, definitely Travis would. And I think for sure that Phoenix would. And it's so it adds a lot of flavor there, and it definitely is something where the rest of the party would be like, what the heck are you doing?
Charging into what?
Into
Oh.
the Baron.
Into
No,
the
I think
Baron.
that was misunderstood. I clearly stated I walk up to the Baron and ask him what he wants for breakfast. That's literally I said,
Travis,
I mean, like your eggs.
If you don't mind, I'd love for Kevin to finish his
Sorry.
piece, and then if you can definitely respond afterwards.
Yeah, no, I think in that sense of like what it goes both ways, and that's kind of what I'm like. Most kids I know wouldn't be afraid of all of the big adults and things that are coming in, but I'm not sure Phoenix would, and like really wasn't. And like the Baron's reaction was exactly what I think all of the adults around expected. So yeah, that was definitely, like I said, in character, and at the same time something that like I'm not sure that I was trying to prevent, but warn against as things started, because there was no preventing it. But yeah, that's so that piece of it. But it was, I mean, overall, it was a big part of the encounter. And then as far as a Rose goes, I think us going back into the city and storming the castle is a horribly bad idea, but what's going to happen next? As for play of the game, I would give that to Tabby. I liked how she played the whole thing as we were coming out of the holding area, the cellar section, and then at the same time, Ian really leaning into some of the tiefling traits with, I think, is thaumaturgy. I don't know if we all have that or if it's.
I think so.
I think so. I think that's the tiefling trait, and really like leaning into that and getting the rest of us to realize, oh yeah, that's what we should be doing, is these level 1 and 2 characters, and probably a little bit as we're going through the rest of this. It'll be interesting to see if this becomes more of a dungeon crawl, what happens, because I'm certainly not in a normal like dungeon crawly like type character, so interested to find out how that goes with the next. So that's my Rose and play of the game, I think, to Tabby and Ian for the way they played those things.
Sweet. Thanks, Kevin.
My Rose was leaning into Rosa's impulsive tendencies. I was trying to channel this idea that she's got a little bit of a hothead, like chip on her shoulder, especially when the family is being put down, or tieflings in general. So she gets a bravado about her. My bud is looking at kind of having a little bit of relief in not having to feel the burden and responsibility of taking care of the whole caravan, because that's like her first concern right now. But knowing like that the caravan is safe in a different location away from the city of Starlake, so that she can just focus on the smaller party and try to do a mission. I think that part of her, like, her number one thing is family, family, family all the time. And that has prevented her from doing other things, like adventuring. Whenever she goes adventuring, when she has done a lot of the heroic things growing up, it has always been with family in mind. But I think that she's always known that she wouldn't choose those heroics when she's with the whole caravan. They're often done away from the family so as not to create danger to the whole family, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So she's like looking forward to having that opportunity again. And there's not really a story fleshed out as to why the caravan looks to Lydia and myself, and adjacently, Vaclav and like where the elders, like what happened before that has given us that burden to shoulder. So that's kind of interesting. But I like the idea of making sure, okay, the rest of the family is good. The heart of my family, which is Lydia and probably, who do I call Grandmere? Dala and, that group. So looking forward to making sure they're good so that I can go adventure, in the name of our family. And then my thorn was having that kind of like put in my face rightfully by Lydia when it's like, okay, what about the family? And it's like, yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to protect the family. And Lydia would obviously say, yeah, so you leave us? Awesome. So like you, like that, having to feel that pull as a character and knowing logically what my character's thinking, but also in the greater sense, understanding where my sister would be like, of course, so I think that was like a great scene. Still suck though, because like I'm usually the older sister and I'm usually the one that's playing Lydia. And I'm like, you're not seeing it. Look at the whole story. So that was, it's a fun little thorn, but it was still a thorn for me.
That was one of my favorite moments, actually, was getting to play Lydia, and like arguing with you about that was really fun.
Right? And then my play of the game is I liked seeing Phoenix for the first time, but
Sparks.
Phoenix is, Sparks, and like trying to, I think, process it, because for Rosa, she's like, okay, now we've got freaking Firechild over here on top of all of this. Like, okay, we've got to compartmentalize this in order to like look at the bigger situation, but that's definitely in the back of her mind. And I think that I think it definitely warrants the play of the game, because if you're looking at characters leaning into like their character development, that's very much the next step in Phoenix's development of character. Because we've all been hearing about it out of game, and it's like, okay, so how are we going to introduce it? So it was perfect. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, well, I was really enjoying playing Lydia and arguing with you because you're the paladin and you're like family. Like I was saying, family first, but that's not what it's supposed to be. Like and I just thought that was like so interesting that I felt like Lydia and Rosa both were putting family first, but like differently, and they were just seeing it so differently, and it felt like almost like a legitimate argument that they both felt so right, and they both kind of were, and I don't know, just that stomping off. I just really liked that spot. And I felt like Rosa was like hurt, but she was like, "No, I picked. I'm doing this," and I like that a lot. Yeah.
My rose was fleshing out our caravan and our culture a little bit. And I know we didn't, get to meet all the NPCs, but that would just be like a big exposition dump right now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's probably better we don't do it that way. But we got the elder who's the druid. We got the people who wanted to stay behind. And I don't know, people's reactions to being raided by guards and stuff like that. And so I enjoyed that a lot. My bud, I think my bud is actually just like getting into a stand-up fight, basically. Um, we've been in the city and we're an underclass and we're flirting with fighting, but we're not going to actually fight with the guards because we don't want to actually like cripple them or kill them, or be defeated, of course. And so yeah, so I'm looking forward to that, and I just wanted to say, like, going along with my sort of working class loser kind of persona, then feel free to like give me beat downs. You know what I mean? Like, I think my character definitely, like, a part of him is toughness. Like, I maxed out my constitution, and now I can give myself the extra for hit points. And I was thinking about taking the toughness feat or something if I get a chance. Because I want to be that guy who gets knocked down and gets back up and keeps fighting, and more Indiana Jones than Jet Li, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And Thorn. I think we got a little bogged down with the decision making at the end of the game. I would have liked to make that decision faster and end up on the road, with a last scene on the road or something like that. But that's not a big deal. It's easy for groups to get bogged down, especially when it's more democratic. But I think it would be cool if we like sort of accept the elders as hierarchy kind of idea. That Lydia or what was her name? Dal something.
Dahala. Yeah.
Dahala, or Loki or whatever, that they're sort of decision makers.
I like that idea a lot, actually.
I mean, that has to have buy-in from us. I can't
Obviously
ask that, but and then play the game. I think I'm going to also go with Travis because I thought he really embodied Phoenix this session and took risks and propelled conflict and made things worse for himself, and a lot of cool things like that I appreciate seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I agree. I was surprised that you did that, Travis, with Phoenix there, like confronting the Baron. But I also felt like the Baron's reaction was like very accurate. It was just like a shitty thing to do to a kid that's obviously
Yeah.
not being shitty, but it was like exactly what I was like trying to portray the Baron as, and I loved how that turned into it. But like, I think if I was playing Phoenix, I would have been terrified to like have my character murdered and like captured. So I also really like that you did that. And it's like I feel like a more murder hobo person, you would have been like, I run up to the Baron and attack him, and then the Baron would have like cut your head off or something. And I was like, that would never happen. I love that you were trying to like be this naive kid, and the Baron was just being like a shitty guy and just kicking you. Like, what a crappy thing to do.
I think.
And
I think the Baron wouldn't necessarily see you as sincere either. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Like,
that's a good point.
There's this tense conflict, and this kid walks up and he's like, "So what do you want for breakfast?" And I think the Baron being mocked. You know?
That's a good point too. Maybe that was why I was reacting that way. And then having the your spirit and stuff come out, I thought for sure that somebody was going to die, or we were going to be. I had no idea how that was going to like resolve with the stuff. So I liked that scene playing out a lot. I think that was my rose. I also really liked talking to the characters a little bit. I really like the Rosa and Lydia dynamic. I'm not sure why exactly, but I have a lot of fun playing with that. And yeah, let me see. Those were like my big ones. I think my thorn is similar to what you said, Ian. Like we seem to like be zooming in sometimes to the wrong spots, and sometimes I just let that go, but maybe I need to be more forceful and be like, this doesn't actually matter. Let's get back to like a scene that tells a better story or is more dramatic than like searching for something. So I'm thinking about like ways to work on tightening up those spots where we get like a little lost, but I also don't want to like railroad us and tell us where to go. So I don't know. I totally thought we were going to be going to the other city, which is so funny. I thought for sure you guys would be going to Gillimore, and you guys were like, no, we'd never go there. And I was like, no, okay, well, I guess we're going to North Fork now, so that'll be perfect too. Or when you guys are like, no, we're going to ford the river in the middle of the night and go south. And I was like, what? That's a terrible idea. I was like, we're going to sneak through the city, put all our wagons in the middle of the night with the whole village. So I just thought, I was like, I don't know about that. So no, I'm excited for this direction. And my other goal was I really wanted to like get more into the gray area of like not necessarily like right versus wrong. And I felt like the argument with Lydia and Rosa really felt like I was working on that, because like I think they were both right and they were both wrong. And what is best for the family? How do you live in a society that like degrades you and devalues you? And I was really enjoying the reactions like to that space. I'm curious to see how Phoenix's naiveness like will probably leave, or if he's going to change based on like some of these interactions, because I don't know if he'll be able to stay naive if these things keep happening to him, or maybe he's like doesn't notice it. I don't know, but I'm very curious to see how he changes. And I'm curious about, I think that's like the one that I'm most curious about for now. I'm also curious to see how, Kevin, you push like into Loki, and when we find more Loki. I definitely felt like Loki was Kevin today, which was hilarious when you're like disciplining Phoenix and you're trying to get everybody together. And I was like, oh, that's so funny. It reminds me so much of like Travis's first character, when it was basically just Travis, I think. So I was like laughing about that. And I also like, Travis, you playing the 12-year-old as an adult, and I think pretty effectively. I've been pretty impressed with your play. I was very worried you'd just be like whiny and annoying and playing that, but I think you're like getting into that, and I'm enjoying that a lot. So my play of the game, I would say I would give one to you, Rosa, if you don't have one, or Tabby, as well as Phoenix, because of definitely the sparks going out.
Cool.
But I'm really enjoying seeing how Tabby, how you're gonna explore Rosa's paladinness of like those rules that she's supposed to follow, but they're much more gray rules, and I'm really excited to like watch how that develops.
Yeah, that Anna and Elsa kind of a deal.
Yeah, definitely, like a little bit. Yeah, and of course Vaclav. I always love watching Ian play, but I can't wait to see. I love the little bits of tieflingness. It's hard to come up with all that in my head, so I'm glad that you're like making your eyes do, leaning into the thaumaturgy, and And I think that whole quarter moon thing, I also loved the demons,
Oh, that
the
was so
spirits
good.
of the quarter
So-
moon or whatever. Yeah, it was really cool.
I also want to give a shout out to Ken with the horde. Like he's like, no, I have a horde
Oh,
in the forest, and I climb a tree because it's the high ground, obviously.
Yeah. It's better to surprise the livestock that I can eat.
That's
on the way down.
right. Yeah.
Dan, out of curiosity, are you thinking of the next session picking up where we left off, or are we going to fast forward a little bit like we're already there? Because I'm wondering, are we doing a long rest during this time? Like, trying to get into the
That's the
headspace.
same thing.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Like-
I wasn't going to like plan on like chasing you out. I think you were gonna like leave fine, and then maybe have like there might be like a scene on the road. I'm not sure if it would be combat or something. Probably not, because it's more of a well-traveled road. And then we'd probably be like heading back. But I figured you guys might want to like, because you don't really have boats, or I don't know how you're going to be floating down the river, or if you're making logs or something. So, but we can certainly. I wasn't thinking we'd be like pulling the caravans and making athletics checks to see if the caravans got like wheels broken. I figured we'd like be moving into coming up with our plan for how we're like re-entering the city and like going into the bastion, because it seemed like that was our next big piece. But we can definitely like long rest, chill with the caravan a little bit, and then it'll be like a day or two, because you might. I was thinking, is like, are they going to send like a runner to go confront you? Because it'll be a little obvious that you all left. You have caravans. Like, where'd you go? But I don't think the whole watch is going to go hunting you. That seems really silly. So we'll probably be like 2 days out when you were thinking of doubling back. That's probably where we'll start, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, and they may just be like good riddance, right?
That's
Where
more
the
of
magic
what
is
I'm
bad
thinking.
and they're gone.
Yeah, unless
From the Baron's perspective, I think his goal was accomplished, right?
Right.
He threw the tieflings out. That's what he wanted to do.
Hey,
I think
he's like Governor Newsom, and he's just like, just get rid of the homeless encampments. I don't care what you do, just get rid of the encampments.
right, and I think
Done.
I think that the sorcerer hunter, she might have additional duty as relates to us.
that
You know,
is
like-
exactly what I'm thinking. So
Uh-huh.
it might be a conversation or a confrontation with that potentially, or something related to that if there was. Yeah.
Dan, I wanted to mention this session I felt was like totally like reading or watching an episode of Game of Thrones. Like we have or freaking what's the one we're watching right now? House of the Dragon. Like you've got the magic lady, you know, like she's behind the scenes, but is she the puppet master, right? And the Baron, who's just a fucking asshole. And the kick to the chest was so perfect. It was literally so perfect, because that was exactly like, it wasn't like, oh, we're playing ha D&D. It was like, yeah, this guy is an asshole, and he has no regard for, he looks at us as sub beings.
Yeah.
So for the kid to come up and ask him a question, doesn't matter what it is, get away from me, scum.
Yeah.
You know, like it was played perfectly, and it played perfectly into all of a sudden I was like, guess what? Sparks is here. Cool. This is awesome. So it was great. And I really didn't care what the result was. I'm trying to play more like we've been playing with Ian's campaign, and it's more like, okay, what's happening right now? Don't sit and think about it and all that. Like, what's happening right now? What would your character do? What's happening right now? What would your character do? Cool. That is exactly what that kid would have done. And he got the result. And like you're saying, you know, this could be like a huge shift in how he's thinking, because this is twice in like 24 hours that he's been shit on by people that he looks at everybody with these rose-colored glasses and like, everyone's great. And now he's like actually really, you know, he's becoming part of the family. So he's going and experiencing others. It's not just the family. And he's like, God, people suck.
Yeah. Or he's
So-
probably like, maybe they are smooth heads.
And he's
Yeah,
a
right?
wisdom character, right? So
right.
you're gonna
Although-
pick up on that. Whether
Yep.
or
Although
not,
I could see him going the other way too, and being like, you guys are provoking them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Or I must save all these people. They don't get it. They don't see us right. Like I don't know. I don't know how to go,
Right.
but it's definitely
My family's-
eye-opening.
My family's so stupid; they keep antagonizing all the humans.
Right.
Yeah, if we just did what they said, we would have been fine. I don't know why you keep having to fight them or something. I could totally see that too.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be very fun. I don't even know if I can play that.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if I can play that.
I am interested to know, like, what was the impetus of the 12-year-old mind? Like, what was his reasoning? Like, he's the biggest authority figure in, like, the watch or whatever, right?
Or
Like,
in Phoenix's whole world, right? The whole-
in right. And then you were like, I have the right to actually talk to this person. Like, you were some sort of equal as an adult. Is that
I don't know that Phoenix really I don't know that Phoenix has that kind of balance of like, oh, I'm just a kid, keep my mouth shut. Like he's obviously in the 2 sessions that we've done, he's going along on missions. So I kind of feel like he's probably feels entitled. Like he thinks he is an adult. He hangs out with freaking Winter all the time. He goes on a mission, where like people are trying to harm us, and like has to sneak around and all this stuff. I don't know that he knows that being a kid isn't, because we haven't really talked about that, like within the caravan, how children are treated or anything. We know they go to school, but that's all we've talked about. And we're all orphans, so there may be a more of within our own community. There may be a more co-op-y, every person is a person and has their own rights. I mean, look at the school that we sent all our kids to. They're like, use your voice, speak up for yourself, and all that. So like, and literally, at our school, at the co-op, kids are told and taught and praised for using their voice and for being assertive and for using creativity and thinking out of the box. So maybe that's where Phoenix is coming from. And he's like, I can help. What do you want for breakfast? You're going to be back in the morning, so I don't know.
I took it as like Phoenix was like excited to be the host because he's like
Absolutely.
Winter and everyone does for him.
Yep.
So he's like, and I think it was maybe a little silly, but I totally I felt like that's where he was going of like, oh, I get to be the big brother and the big guy is coming in, let's make him comfortable or whatever. And then he like kicks you and you're like, what? This isn't what I thought at all. I don't know anything. And now he has to like rebalance what he thought. That's it's almost like a little crisis as they're all leaving.
Well, it was a crisis, obviously, because Sparks actually physically showed up for the first time in his life.
So the Baron,
no one else has.
He kicked you so hard, a spirit came out.
Yeah, like no one else has ever seen Sparks until that moment. And it was like, oh shit, you really made him mad. Like, shouldn't have done that.
and I love the Incredible Hulkness of, oh, that's when it comes out.
Yeah.
Right?
I also love the interaction that Vaclav did with the
Oh, that was so good.
Connecting with Sparks as like an entity in a meaningful way. That was awesome.
Yeah. Damn it.
Cool.
Play the game with Vaclav.
Is everybody good for next Sunday? Or did you guys... Well, there was a Sunday coming up I thought where nobody could...
It was... Not
Maybe that
next
was a
Sunday.
Sunday ago or something. The first?
So I don't know exactly what's happening this coming weekend. My dad told me that yesterday he and his sister accepted an offer on the beach house. So that is in the process of getting sold, and there's going to be some measure of us going up there and clearing out anything that we want to keep with it. And I really don't know the terms of